women in general, they were not silent, but they were silenced because they were not at the table.
Human rights to me is what enables everyone to live an equal life.
Everybody has the right to things like healthcare, freedom of speech.
Rights that enable me to do anything I want, go out and experience the world.
It's not something you really think about until you notice them being taken away from you.
If that doesn't exist, then there's no rules for the game and people would abuse the power, the money would help abuse the systems.
Human rights are essential also because they build societies that are fairer and a world that is safer.
The protection and promotion of human rights are an integral part of everything we as an international community are striving for.
Planned. Welcome. It's a great pleasure to have you here on the anniversary of 30 years of the Vienna Conference on Human Rights. We also celebrate 75 years of the Human Rights Declaration this year. And the conference 30 years ago, I think quite some of you were there. Christian Strohal, the organizer of this event, one of the organizers, was there. He can tell stories about really long talks during long nights. There's some people nodding here. Others here weren't even born at the time. So today we take the time to take a look at what has happened. Where do we stand now on human rights? But above all, take a look into the future. Where do we go from here? We live in a time with a lot of challenges, with a lot of backlashes. So where do we take it from here? I'm thrilled to welcome you here on behalf of the Federal Ministry of European and International Affairs of the Republic of Austria and of the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner, an office that has been installed 30 years ago at this conference, to this symposium, to this afternoon here. We have guests from all over the world, among them really iconic figures of the human rights movement. It's a great honor to have you here. We have young people here, human rights defenders. We have several officials here from international stage, from the UN, from the Austrian government. My name is Corinna Milborn. I'm the head of news here at Puls 4, Pro7 Puls 4. It's a big honor for me to be your host for today. And for the opening speech, I would like to ask the Minister for International and European Affairs to the podium, Alexander Schallenberg, please.
Thank you. Dear High Commissioner, the Director General, dear Minister, dear Nobel Prize laureates and representatives of Nobel Prize laureates, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, and dear friends who join us via live stream. As you said already, Corinna, today we are here to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the World Conference on Human Rights, which took place in Vienna in 1993, and the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 75 years ago, under the shock of the atrocities of the Second World War and the Shoah, the world came together to draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is, I would say, together with the UN Charter, the bedrock of modern civilization. And 30 years ago, the community of nations again came together here in Vienna, emboldened by the end of the Cold War, by the fall of the Iron Curtain, with the idea to give a new impetus to the promotion and the protection of human rights. 171 states adopted by consensus the Vienna Declaration and the Program of Action. At that time, all participating states, all 171 states, agreed that human rights are indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. In fact, the conference in Vienna was a testimonial to the universality of human rights. These were milestones. These were historic achievements. But where do we stand today, 30 years later? It would seem that the heydays are over and these milestones are crumbling. Our confidence that the world will slowly but surely advance has taken a heavy blow. We believed that we were on a one-way track when it comes to human rights. Now we see that it's more like a pendulum swinging back and forth. It would seem that we are on the defensive. Only a minority of countries today worldwide are still fully fledged, open, free, and democratic societies. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is true. We're in the midst of a systemic competition for the principles of international law and the universality of human rights. This poses a fundamental threat to all of us. The pandemic and the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which takes place only 500 kilometers away from Vienna, from this city, has brutally brought home to us the message that rights and freedoms can never be taken for granted. Human rights are never a done deal. More than 15 months ago, Russian forces brutally invaded Ukraine. This attack was like a geopolitical ice bucket thrown at our face, tearing us from our daydreams of a post-national, post-historic Europe. But what happened? What happened? The seemingly decadent, soft, disunited free world has stood firm, has stood together, has remained united. We have proven to be stronger, more flexible, and more resilient than most expected. And we have shown that we don't stand by idly while a country blatantly violates international law and the principles, the basic principles of the UN Charter. This experience should inject us with courage and confidence also for a universal struggle for human rights. And this struggle is by far not limited to Ukraine, or to one country in particular, or to one region in particular. You in this room, and later on this panel, you're the best proof of it. Around the world, every day, thousands, if not millions of people are experiencing grave violations of the fundamental freedoms and the human rights. Just look at Afghanistan, Iran, Myanmar, Belarus, Syria, Yemen, Sudan, just to name some of them. This requires our full attention. We cannot close our eyes, and we have to take decisive action. And to be crystal clear in this room, the universality of human rights and the achievements of the World Conference in Vienna 30 years ago are not subject to negotiation. Any attempt to put this into question is simply unacceptable. We must continuously fight for human rights and to strive to protect them at home and abroad. We might be a minority. Yes, we might be a minority globally seen. But we all know that values such as freedom and human dignity know no borders. Human rights are the very foundation of free societies, of lasting peace and prosperity. Each and every one of us bears a responsibility for upholding them. Ladies and gentlemen, we can only move forward on our common commitment to human rights if we return to the spirit of Vienna, where all human rights were placed on an equal footing, and where we all acknowledged that peace can only be achieved when the dignity and the rights of all people are respected. This should be the main message coming out from Vienna. This should be the main message coming out from this symposium. In this sense, I wish all of you, I wish all of us, fruitful discussions and a successful symposium. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will next hear a video message from the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I send my warm greetings to this important event marking the 30th anniversary of the World Conference on Human Rights. Today's human rights norms and standards were created over decades of dedicated work by the human rights community, building on the foundations of the Universal Declaration of 1948. The Vienna World Conference was a pivotal moment on that journey. The Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action crystallized the principle that human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated, elevating the role of economic, social, and cultural rights. The conference also took historic steps to promote and protect the rights of women, children, and indigenous peoples. And this strengthened the global human rights infrastructure by establishing the role and office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. But as we mark that successful moment, human rights are under threat around the world. Poverty and hunger are rising, inequalities and divisions are increasing, minorities of all kinds are targeted for harassment and abuse, civic space is shrinking, and the media is under attack. Hatred and disinformation spread like wildfire on digital platforms, while new technologies present new risks for human rights. My call to action for human rights spells out the central role of human rights in addressing our most pressing contemporary challenges. The call to action aims to mobilize the full weight of the United Nations to ensure that all people everywhere enjoy their human rights. As we remember those who worked for the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action, we pledge to continue the fight to put human rights at the heart of our work and our world, to guarantee freedom, justice and equality for all. Thank you.
Now it's a great honor to welcome the High Commissioner for Human Rights on stage for his keynote. Volker Türk, please.
Well, ministers, and many thanks in particular to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for helping us organize this very important event. And it's great to have so many familiar faces from around the world here with us on this very emotional occasion to look at 30 years ago at what happened to the human rights movement at the time, because indeed it has been a milestone and a mark. It has been a big turning point within the human rights movement. It's of course for me very moving to be here in Vienna as an Austrian and as High Commissioner on this very special occasion. And growing up in Austria in the aftermath, in the wake of the Second World War, it's also important that for me, the echoes of trauma and the history of our own country has been related to, well, atrocity crimes and human rights violations. And I can say it for myself, and I know many of us feel the same, we were shaken by these events and we were shaped by these events, and it has propelled us to look to a future that is different. I myself found very deep inspiration in the text of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I remember very well, I was 15 years old when I got the text at school during English lessons. And for me, this little booklet that we got at school then really represented a powerful unifying force for equality, for social progress, for justice and for respect. I think when we were young people, those of us who are of my generation, we were also very privileged to witness profound social transformations. We marched alongside movements for social justice, for feminism, LGBTI rights, and we stood in solidarity with the anti-apartheid, the decolonization, and the environmental struggles. In '93, when thousands of delegates gathered just across the Danube to strengthen this force, by adopting one of the big promises seen in a generation, I felt pride. And I still feel it today because this text is extremely important for the movement. And let's not forget, the Vienna conference took place against the backdrop of the end of the Cold War. The Berlin Wall had just fallen a few years earlier. The World Wide Web was only just beginning to expand and flourish. And there was this feeling of hope and yearning for change and new perspectives. And that was unmistakable. I think in German we use this term of Aufbruchstimmung, for those of you who speak German. And it really captured the zeitgeist of that period. The Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action infused the global consciousness with a straightforward yet pivotal formula for human rights, that you cannot have one human right without the other. And at the heart of the debate at the time lay this artificial hierarchy that many nations at the time were applying to human rights. But how does freedom of expression help the pregnant woman living on the streets when she doesn't have a house or a safe medical facility to deliver her baby? How does the right to vote help the activist jailed for calling out his government's climate change policies? What does equality even mean when parents don't have enough money to feed their children? The delegates' answer, the Vienna Declaration, shattered the long-held fallacy that social, economic, and cultural rights have less value than civil and political rights. The Vienna Declaration confirmed the conviction, and we have heard it both from the Minister and from the Secretary General, that human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated, and boldly rejected the view that certain human rights could be considered optional. I think it's sometimes really important to go back to this universality, interdependence, indivisibility, and interrelationship between all of them. While placing value on humanity's cultural diversity, the Declaration underscored that cultural differences can never serve as justification for human rights violations. Because again, sometimes this debate comes through, and we hear this about cultural relativism. But the Vienna Declaration put an end to that debate, and we need to remember it, especially when these discussions resurface, when we talk about women's rights. And we have one member of the CEDAW committee with us here as well. In transcending deeply harmful notions of nationalism, it confirmed that the promotion and protection of all human rights is a legitimate concern for the international community. And again, we are often hearing about, especially in my current position, I often hear about national sovereignty arguments. Well, that's not the case when it comes to human rights because it concerns us all. It also paved the path for numerous other breakthroughs in the field of human rights. An agreement to establish the International Criminal Court, rousing hope that the world's most atrocious crimes would not go unpunished. It had its seats there. Historical advances were made on women's rights, on children's rights, and the rights of indigenous peoples. Again, we have a representative here today. 30 years ago, inspired by those powerful shifting tides, member states also took the decision to give human rights a home. You made a commitment to anchor human rights in an institution, something that had not been done in the history of the United Nations. To truly recognize and breathe a new life into the UN third pillar, human rights, that home, which is my institution that I represent, has rapidly evolved from a support service to existing human rights mechanisms to the leading global entity on human rights. It's an exceptional mandate. Both within the UN system and outside of it, it has become a powerful, and that's the vision, it has to be a powerful vehicle for change, for progress, for dignity and justice. There were our humble beginnings. If you go back to 30 years, we had about 202 staff members in Geneva. We had 2 field presences, and we have now a team of over 1,800 colleagues working across the globe in more than 104 field presences and headquarters both in Geneva and in New York. If you look at the political and financial support for the office, it has increased. We had about $19 million 30 years ago. We have now a total budget of $392 million last year. But I also have to add, and you have heard me say it also publicly, this is far from enough when it comes to the third pillar of the United Nations. I believe that, and that's my role, we need to find a way to double the budget over the next couple of years, and we need to work with donors, with states, with corporate and private actors to make this happen. Dear friends, over the years, and I just want to give you a little bit what the achievements are of an institution that member states themselves helped to create. My office has been a unique voice to drive the human rights agenda into the work of the United Nations and into the heart of the global conscience. from advancing recognition of the key role of human rights to prevent crisis and conflict and abuse, to demonstrating the absolute inseparability of human rights and peace, because that's, of course, related, and peace and security is the first pillar, but it's inseparable from human rights. And it's, in a way, upheld by 560 human rights officers that work in 11 UN peace operations throughout the world. But it's also about expanding our field presence in countries that are affected by humanitarian crisis, which, again, is about integrating human rights into the humanitarian response. And we have made the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda a human rights agenda. We have made sure that a free and open civic space is seen as the cornerstone of societies that thrive, because we know that it's only with creativity that we can make progress. And it's about freedoms and creativity that come together. We have put women's rights and the rights of LGBTIQ+ people high on our agenda, on the UN's family agenda and of the agenda of the wider international community. We have championed the rights of children, of indigenous peoples, of minorities, of people with disabilities, as well as of migrants and refugees. And since I see the Special Rapporteur on the rights of older people here with us today, and there's still a lot of work to be done for older people, including hopefully an instrument that would deal with the human rights aspects of older people. And it is our role to hold the most powerful to account. It is often stated that human rights is an abstract concept. But every person who is freed from arbitrary detention, every victim that finds justice for their suffering, every person who is empowered to stand up for what they believe in and who they are, prove that human rights are a tangible reality. These victories are an extraordinary testament to the work that my office and the human rights movement and the human rights ecosystem, with all its different parts, the treaty bodies, the Human Rights Council, the special rapporteurs, have contributed to making and advancing the human rights agenda. So the Vienna conference set out a noble and ambitious promise for humanity. But we also know, and we've heard it already, promises can be broken. There have been massive gains in human rights, but today we also see dramatic rollbacks. People from Sudan, Ukraine, Myanmar, Afghanistan, they endure the unbearable daily consequences of conflict and oppression. The geopolitical backdrop of many of these crises, it's one of the most complex we have seen in decades, is a trend towards deepening of divisions and polarizations and across countries, within and across countries, which often results in hostile standoffs between opposing blocs. It's a disturbing trend which threatens national cohesion, but also international multilateral solutions. And it's the one sure way out of chaos if we avoid precisely this type of polarization. Pushbacks on women's rights, on gender equality, a phenomenon as old as we can remember, persist, unabated and uncontrolled. And the human rights cause is also about putting an end to patriarchy. I'm sure with CEDAW, with the CEDAW committee, we can work towards that. Civic space is under fire, with more and more states suppressing dissent. And a number of you come from countries where this is happening. People who dare to challenge the status quo, including human rights defenders, protesters and journalists, are increasingly subjected to intimidation, to brute force, and authoritarian tactics. Hate speech is proliferating in ways and at rates we have never seen before. Digital shifts, including artificial intelligence developments, are rapidly transforming our world in the absence of state regulation, although I think the European Union has been at the avant-garde when it comes to actually trying to find guardrails precisely for that. Above all, the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution constitutes the biggest threat to humankind we have ever seen, which imperils, of course, our very survival. Today's emerging human rights challenges will continue to test us. It would be naive to say we can pass all these tests, but it would be equally dangerous and counterproductive to stop trying. The full realization of human rights for everyone is a work in progress. It has always been. And we need to adapt and update our thinking to respond to the challenges that lie ahead. The Vienna Declaration is a living document. Let's consider it as such. It can guide us today in our ambitions. Vienna reconfirmed the validity of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And let's not forget, it was a document conceived in the aftermath of 2 global wars. Anniversaries are arbitrary unless we seize them as meaningful opportunities to reflect on our achievements, to learn from our mistakes, and to take fearless steps towards progress and transformation. So the task before us today and this year and in the future is to apply the Universal Declaration's visionary words to our current global challenges, to rekindle that spirit that this declaration has, its values and its ambitions for better, to use human rights for what they are, a force for change and a force for unity. My office's Human Rights 75 initiative is celebrating this anniversary throughout the year. We hope that this will be an annual occurrence. We have frank conversations with the human rights community, and we want to deliver practical solutions, to analyze and prepare ourselves for existential challenges and all the challenges that lie ahead, to reclaim that human rights is the best tool we have to face the turbulences we face, and to rebuild the human rights constituency, especially among young people, and I'm glad we have some of them here with us today, so that we all have the strength required to face these challenges together. Just as human rights are for everyone, this dialogue is for everyone, and I urge all of those who are here, but also who join us virtually, to take part in it. The pledges and the positive impact of stories that you share in the coming months will feed into a big high-level event that we will hold in Geneva in December. And we want to present a new vision for human rights for the next 25 years that will also hopefully be reflected in the Summit of the Future that the General Assembly will hold at the leaders level next year in 24. Restoring faith and certainty in human rights at a time of profound global turmoil is the focus of this symposium, and it must also be the focus of our future. 3 decades ago, it was this very faith that formed the basis of the Vienna Declaration. But how do we take this spirit back and this hunger for better? How do we truly unleash the potential of human rights to divert us back to the path which journeys to a safer and fairer future? As we look to this future, always guided by the lessons of the past, I'm convinced that a groundswell of hope, with human rights as its bedrock, can steer us out of today's fear and uncertainty by advancing solidarity, productive debate, understanding as the pillars of international relations, rather than the bitter geopolitical divisions which lead nowhere apart from hate and chaos, by a significant political and financial investment in the global human rights architecture so that we bolster our efforts for the future, by recommitting not just to pay lip service to human rights, but to re-embracing them as humanity's greatest binding force. I'm reminded, and I'm sorry I'm doing this in Austria as a fellow Austrian, by the words of Stefan Zweig, who, as you know, is an Austrian writer born in this very city, and of course lived in Salzburg for many years, widely influential at the turn of the 20th century. And I just quote from his book. the world of yesterday, even from the abyss of horror in which we try to feel our way today, half blind, our hearts distraught and shattered, I look up again and again to the ancient constellations that shone on my childhood, comforting myself with the inherited confidence that someday this relapse will appear only an interval in the eternal rhythm of progress onward and upward. Of course, a writer can always express so much better what we're all trying to say in our speeches. So the common language of human rights is our compass to guide us towards this progress. And I count on all our collective commitment and individual commitment to help us navigate the troubled times ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the High Commissioner. There's a lot of points we will pick up on during the panels. But before that, we have another video message from UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador Kate Blanchett.
Dear friends, when we mark the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action here in Austria, we are celebrating the universal recognition that every human being has the same fundamental rights. Everyone has the right to speak up. Everyone has the right to food, shelter, education, and healthcare. Recognition of these and other human rights is a landmark achievement in the history of humanity. But, as we well know, these rights are not always realized. Many people, especially women and young girls, are prevented from enjoying their human rights. Discrimination and violence continue to be pervasive. So, today, we recognize the tireless work of those who advocate for and defend human rights. Their courage and dedication inspire all of us to stand up and speak up for our own rights and for the rights of others, regardless of race, sex, religion, sexual orientation, migration status, or any other characteristic. Because advancing human rights is the pathway to enduring peace, to sustainable prosperity, and to justice. If we don't protect them, if we don't champion human rights, then humanity's future is at stake. Thank you for joining us today in Vienna to celebrate and to remember this important milestone. Let's continue to work together to build a better and more just world for all. Thank you.
And thank you to Kate Blanchett. So thank you for the opening statements. We have a lot to talk about, and we will go right into the panels now. We have 3 panels in the afternoon. We have 1 hour for every panel. And some of the speakers were already nervous, saying, so should I prepare a speech? No, you shouldn't have. We're trying to get really into a conversation about the points that we've heard, about a conversation about how can we take it from here to the future. And our first panel is about universality. Volker Türk has talked about it. You have talked about it, Minister. The concept of universality and impartiality of human rights is as the basis of human rights, but where do we stand there right now? This we will discuss with the following guests. Please welcome Hina Gilani. Welcome to Vienna. It is a very big honor to have her here. She's one of the icons of human rights movements. She comes from Pakistan. Is a member of the Elders, member of the Board of Trustees of the UN Voluntary Trust Fund on Contemporary Forms of Slavery, and has a long track record in working for human rights, women's rights, children's rights, against forced slavery. It's an honor to have you. Thanks for being here. Equally a big honor to have Nobel Peace Prize laureate Shirin Ebadi with us. Welcome to Vienna. Of course, you all know her. She's a lawyer, she's a judge who leads relentless fights for women's rights in Iran. She had to leave Iran in 2009 due to repression, and I'm very curious about her perspective on universality. Next, I'd like to ask on stage the European Union Special Representative for Human Rights, former Deputy Prime Minister of Ireland, Eamon Gilmore. Welcome. I'm really interested in this conversation about what the EU can contribute and does themselves. From formerly Russia, here with us is Natalia Morozova. Welcome to Vienna. She's a lawyer at the... you're still struggling with your... I can give you a microphone. It's working. She's a lawyer at the Human Rights Center Memorial. That's a human rights center that deals with human rights oppression during the Soviet Union, and which was closed a year ago in 2022. So we'll hear from you what has shifted in human rights, especially in Russia. Welcome to Vienna. I'm really thrilled also to have with us Pashtana Durrani, the founder and executive director of Learn Afghanistan. Welcome to Vienna. Thanks for being here. She works with education. She brings education to girls and women and children overall in Afghanistan, a work that is so important and got so much more difficult in 2021 when the Taliban took over, and you also had to leave the country. I'm really curious about your perspective. Thanks so much for being with us. And I'd like to ask on stage again our two keynote speakers, Minister Alexander Schallenberg from the Republic of Austria and Volker Türk, the United Nations High Commissioner. So you spoke first, so I'm going to ask you last. I have some questions for the first round, and then I would like to invite you to really enter into a conversation. The question that we would like to answer on this panel is, how can we rejuvenate these principles that you both talk so eloquently about impartiality and universality of human rights? Because they're not those if they're not impartial. And I would like to start with you, Mrs. Shirin Ebadi. She will talk in Farsi, Mrs. Ebadi. And you have headphones. On channel number 1, you have English. On channel number 2, you have German. And 3 is Farsi. And the next panel, you will also have Arabic, but these are the 3 for now. So, Mrs. Ebadi, in Iran, we see young girls and women taking the streets, fighting for their rights. It's something that's so inspiring, and at the same time, it hurts in our hearts to see the repression. What is your perspective on universality of human rights? Are they fighting for this, and where's the hope?
The Iranian government justifies repression of women on the basis of Islamic Sharia. They pretend that according to Sharia, you should cover your hair, otherwise you have committed an offense. And the revolution that is happening in Iran started because of a young woman was murdered because part of her hair was uncovered, and government officials killed her. It's not only this law that discriminates against women. After the 1979 revolution, many unjust laws were adopted against women, and they are all justified on the basis of Islamic Sharia. Every time Iranian government violates human rights, they immediately refer to Islam, and they pretend that this is what Islam dictates. But in reality, Islam can be interpreted in many different ways. The most reactionary interpretations are those adopted by the Iranian government. And because these reactionary interpretations are also mixed with some aspects of patriarchal culture that is stronger in Middle East, there is much more injustice against women as compared to other groups. I have come here with a very clear proposal. When we speak of human rights, we have forgotten one thing, and that is apartheid doesn't only concern race. We have also sexual apartheid. What happens against women in Afghanistan, in Iran, in Pakistan, and in most countries in the world, this should show us that we need to recognize gender and sexual apartheid as well. In Iran, we have a value that is equivalent to half of a value of a man. If I go out on the street with my brother and we have a car accident or another sort of accident, what my brother gets at indemnization, it will be twice as much as I will get. Because he is a man, I am a woman. Testimony of 2 women in court is equal to testimony of 1 man, which means that women are considered half a human. After the protests in September 2022, to silence women, there were chemical attacks against girls' schools. So the poison gas attacks against schools and girls' dorms as well. So these girls were sick. They had to go to hospital because they believe that women, Islam dictates that the role of women is to stay at home and to bring up children and reproduce women like them. If this is not gender apartheid, what is this? So I have a clear proposal that I hope you will take into consideration, my proposal that gender apartheid should also be introduced into human rights concepts.
Get this right back to you, Volker Türk, because that's a very clear proposal that Shirin Ebadi brought to the table. And thanks for giving us an insight. We're far from universality when we talk about this. How do you deal with situations like in Iran?
I mean, first of all, it's very important for us all, the mechanisms, the High Commissioner, the different institutions and the Council, to put the spotlight on the situation, to make sure that we get enough information and find out what is happening. And as you know, at the Human Rights Council last year decided to actually have a special session on the situation in Iran, and in fact established a fact-finding commission. So there was a reaction that was very quick. But it also shows, and that's why the Vienna Declaration is so important, that some of the arguments that we hear, and the one that Shirin Ebadi has just mentioned about, I have actually myself used the term gender apartheid in the relation to Afghanistan, but there are other situations as well that we need to look at, to actually say that there is an acquis that the world has. It is in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's in all the subsequent agreements. You cannot use cultural relativism as the argument. And the Vienna Declaration, as I said before, was putting an end to that.
Hina Jilani, you have worked with women's rights for decades. What is your perspective on how this is changing? Is there universality? Is that something you can still use, or is there a backlash? Is it an instrument for you?
You know, my first visit to Vienna ever was in 1993. When, as a part of the global civil society, I participated very actively and was very engaged with the whole, effort to negotiate on the Vienna Declaration. I think it was at that time that one realized that over the years of the civil society activism, we had come to a place where we felt that during this World Conference, there was a shared understanding of what universality means and what it brings in terms of practical solutions to several problems that we were facing both at the national and the global level. So I think that was a very important period for us. Universality, of course, has to be understood in a very wholesome way. Universality is not just a word and a concept. It is what you practice. Universality has to be practiced. And I think at that time, our logical conclusion from the understanding of what we felt universality is, there was this logical understanding that we have to support the multilateral system. That is where we have to create the platforms. And of course, at that time, the significance and the importance of the United Nations human rights systems in particular struck us as civil society groups as being very important. And we found the space within that multilateral forum for our voices to be heard. I'm afraid 30 years on, I am coming to the conclusion that we are still striving to create that consensus on what we understood as universality and what we understood as the essential actions that need to take place both at the level of the state and at the level of the civil society. I can give you an example on the interdependence and the indivisibility from my own region in Asia. I mean, you cannot get a better example than the fact that it is always and often the denial of social, economic, and cultural rights that leads to action to realize your civil and political rights, and there how the governments respond result in violations of civil and political rights. So there's that kind of unison. And people have come to realize that in order to exercise our right to peaceful assembly, we might confront action by the government that will violate our civil and political rights, although that action of peaceful assembly was embedded in social, cultural, and economic deprivation. So nothing better to explain how this interdependency and indivisibility happens. And I think the lack of that understanding at this point is making us making it a big challenge for us to make people understand why universality is not just a concept, it's the way we practice the enforcement of human rights. And if you allow me one more sentence, I also think that it is the civil society that has understood this concept. And we are fighting, especially in Asia, to counter the narrative of political, religious, historical, cultural relativism. We deny it, because for us also this is hollow. It is also for us hollow and meaningless when people say that the human rights is a Western concept. I come from a country where my ancestors have fought for freedoms that are very much an essential part of international human rights for centuries. I'm not willing to give the West that credit.
Thank you very much. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much. I'd like to hand that right over to you, Pashtana Dorani. You're very young, so you have some years of work in this field, and Afghanistan might be the epicenter of the backlash and of what Shirin Ebadi called apartheid, gender apartheid. How do you work with this concept of universality? Does it mean something to the people that you work with, and do you teach it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think one of the first things that we teach in our schools, in all 3 schools, is access to human rights, what it means to have access to those rights, what are human rights. Those are important things. As Walker was talking, the first thing I remembered was like, why were they teaching us irrigation or geography while they should have been teaching us in grade 3 human rights, What is my human right as a girl? What is my human right as a citizen of this country? What is my human right as a refugee because I grew up in a refugee camp? I think those are important things, important concepts that need to be taught to kids at young stage. That's the first thing. Second thing is universality is important. That's one of the reasons that We focus on all the girls all across Afghanistan on accessing education. It doesn't matter where they come from, what their status is, where they're going. As long as you need to access education, that's what we will focus on. But then at the same time, you have to understand that we have to recognize gender apartheid. Me, as a signatory to that whole thing that was presented to the UN, has to be accepted in many concepts. And that's one thing that I feel like the West is still reluctant to even recognize or talk about it even. I think that makes me confused, that what makes them stop from even recognizing this. It's not just an issue in Iran or Afghanistan, it's an issue all over the world, and it needs to be recognized.
So you think it's not addressed enough by governments?
No. I was born 5 years later than the Vienna conference, and I am 25, and I'm still sitting here, and I'm still suffering from that same thing, and there is no universality. There is no access to those rights. So I think there needs to be work done on that. Yeah, definitely.
I'd like to hand it over to you, Minister. You said in your opening statement there's no negotiation room on universality. That's something that's not going to be discussed. But you are discussing with countries that do not recognize that principle, and that even there's criticism towards Europe that it's not recognized enough, not fortunate. What are you responding to people criticizing that?
You're absolutely right. I mean, if I say I have 192 clients, if you may say, that means 192 countries on this planet, members of the UN, and 192, 170 of them are difficult. Let's put it that way, 160. I cannot choose the world I want to live in, and I believe the fact that the discussions and the very impressive statements we heard here actually proves and shows us that we might have been a little bit naive 30 years ago. And we might have been a little bit naive in the course of the last 3 decades, because we sort of, especially in the West, and I fully take what you say, and you're absolutely right, we thought, and as I tried to say, that this is a one-way street, that we will advance by somehow. And Francis Fukuyama might still be right, and there's an end of history, and our liberal system of society will impose itself, because, I mean, people love to have individual freedoms. And gosh, now we found out, no, we're wrong. And people even take it as an act of hostility, as an act of aggression, that people want to live in freedom, in individual freedoms, and are ready to take up weapons in order to defend their systems, which they think, is the right one. So it's never been easy to be foreign minister of any country, but I believe in these times at least our mission is right. I mean, the days of wishful thinking, the days of naivety are over. And the question we have to ask ourselves, what is the right answer? Because the range goes from you have to put economic pressure, you have to sanction, you have to kick them out of international organizations. And then I say, yeah, but if you don't, no dialogue doesn't lead to anything either. So this is an extremely difficult, balancing act, because I fully understand you, and I sometimes hear the civil society say, cut every contact with this regime. Does it help the people in the respective country to cut the contacts?
Well, let's ask, does it help you to cut contacts with the Taliban regime?
Can I say something?
Yes, of course, please.
Oh, what? Give us the minute to...
Yes.
Well, we have to put on our headphones.
I fully agree that we should have dialogue with different countries. Different countries should be encouraged to observe human rights. But sometimes the wrong route is taken. I can give you an example which happened in the past months. An individual, an Iranian diplomat, who was sentenced for terrorism and also carrying weapons to kill some opponents of the regime in Belgium, and he was tried and sentenced in Belgium, and his sentence was finalized, and he was in prison for a while, and then he was sent back to Iran. And from the foreign ministry, he was welcomed with a bouquet of flowers. So this terrorist was welcomed, and instead the Iranian government released 4 European hostages, 2 of whom were from this country, and 1 from Belgium and 1 from Denmark. So if this is not called helping a terrorist rendering country, what is it called? In your country, if someone goes into a bank and takes a bank client, a bank officer or bank clerk as hostage, what would you do? Would you pay him some money and ask him to go home, or you would try to administer justice? My question is that what is justice with regards to Iran? Where did it get lost?
And over to you, Eamon Gilmore. The EU takes pride in being the land of human rights. That's one of the mottos of the EU. It's not all the world sees it that way, and there was criticism right now in how the EU talks to autocratic regimes. What is your response to this?
Well, the EU supports the principle of universality and indivisibility of human rights, and we support the United Nations system and the multilateral system to bring that about. We're not perfect. We don't get everything right. But what we do is we try every single day to promote and advance human rights. And if I could maybe just pick up on the discussion that we're having here, which is, you know, looking back at the 30 years, the Vienna Declaration. And as I was sitting there listening to it, I was remembering where I was 30 years ago. I was a member of the Irish Parliament. That was the year we decriminalised homosexuality in our Parliament. 2 years before that, we abolished the death penalty. And after that, we had virtually a lifetime to go before we made our country the liberal democracy that it is today. And I think that one of the things we need to reflect on today is where we are going to be in 30 years' time and how we're going to get there. Because my experience of politics and my experience now as the Special Representative for Human Rights tells me we're not going to win all of these battles in the Human Rights Council. We're not going to win them in individual parliaments. You have to build a constituency, and you have to broaden the constituency. And one of the big challenges I believe that we have today in the human rights community is the necessity to widen the constituency for human rights. And if you take the concept of universality, I mean, a lot of people, you ask people about what is the universality of human rights, they think, well, people over there in other countries who are being repressed and who are facing challenges, they should have the same rights as the rest of us. And of course, that is the case. The missing piece in universality, which I think we need to get into our own heads, but also I think that we need to promote, is that universality is about ourselves. We are part of universality. And when women's rights are denied in Afghanistan or in Iran, then they are at risk in even the most democratic or liberal countries where they exist. And similarly with social and economic rights, where they're denied in one country, they put them at risk for workers or for people in other countries. So I think we need to approach this in a way that's about, some of the broadening is taking place. Arts, we have it here today, business in human rights, sport in human rights, but it needs to be, more needs to be done on this front. Mm-hmm. And it's not unrelated to, for example, the point that the High Commissioner made about the necessity to double his budget. Doubling the budget means that there has to be political commitment on the part of governments to enable that to happen. And that commitment in turn comes from human rights being a political issue and an issue in elections in countries from which those governments have to come. So I would say that what we need to do, and I see it in all of the work that I do, is broadening the constituency, and also I think talking about human rights in language that people understand. We have a tendency, particularly in the human rights community, to talk about human rights in legalistic terms, in technical terms. We need to talk about as it is. What does extrajudicial killings mean to the person in the street? We need to be able to talk about people being taken out and a bullet being put in the back of their head, or somebody being beaten to death, and do it in straight language and in terms that people can identify with.
Thank you very much. I think we still need an answer to what Shirin Ebadi said about how to deal with an authoritarian regime, how to deal with Iran. Would you give that answer, Minister?
Yeah, maybe briefly, because you mentioned the particular case on the Iranian which was freed in Belgium. And I fully understand where you come from. Just, I believe, from my point of view, I wanted to make 2 points. There was no tit for tat from the Austrian side on this matter. Secondly, this man would have been liberated in 1 year's time on good parole. So in 1 year's time, he would have been free, and Western citizens would continue to rot under some absurd allegations in Iranian prisons, in Evin and other places. So this is the reality we as in the foreign ministries are confronted with. It's not easy, it's not black and white. You have the families of the victims, of those in prison in other countries. We have a situation where several states embark on what you could call hostage taking. They simply take prisoners. And luckily Austrian is hardly affected, but it's Americans, it's Brits, it's French. And I fully understand again where you come from. But I believe the information that this man, what I was told, would have been liberated in 1 year, is something, because we are rule of law states. We cannot put somebody behind bars for decades. And we don't do that in our countries.
I'll come back to you, Mrs. Ebadi. First, you had an ad hoc, please.
When he was talking about the fact that how do you talk to them, how do you even talk to them, you cannot just stop the dialogue. Here's the simple thing. When you invite them to Norway, when you invite them to Geneva, who is at the table talking to them? That's the most important thing I'm asking you. I have seen this again and again, as everybody said here on the stage, is you have to make them understand, A, we have to be educated about Iran, Afghanistan, or any other country. Also, at the same time, who is at that table talking to the Taliban? It's always going to be a Western country, a Western leader. Has anyone tried to make sure that there's a bigger constituency of Afghan young women and Afghan young girls talking to the Taliban and asking them the questions? No, that didn't happen in the Doha deal, that didn't happen in Norway, that didn't happen in Geneva, and that doesn't continue to happen anywhere in the world. We are the secondary decision makers, or not even decision makers. I get to talk on panels, but I'm never the decision maker in any of those things. So for me, no, don't stop the dialogue. Just bring right people to the table, because you do have that power, and we don't.
That's a very important point. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you very much, Pestana. I'd like to move on to Natalia Morozova, because one of the epicenters of the backlash is in Russia right now, and also a backlash on the multilateral system, actually, because what Russia is doing, how it's talking to China, is something that worries everybody working in multilateral systems. So perhaps the first, how do you, as somebody who has been kicked out with the organization, perceive what's happening?
Maybe I have some reaction for the previous conversation because I have something.
I think I'll give you a microphone because it doesn't work very well.
Thank you. Sorry. Now we are celebrating 30 anniversary of Vienna Convention. And my organization, Memorial Human Rights Center, we could also have celebrate our 13th anniversary this April, but our organization was liquidated on December 21, just 2 months before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And sorry, don't talk.
No, it's great.
Just before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And why memorial? Why it was this organization which was liquidated just before the war? And the answer is that during 30 years, my colleagues systematically monitoring the crimes against war crimes committed by Russian army in all war conflicts in former Soviet Union and in Russia, like First and Second War in Chechnya, like conflict, like war in Georgia, like war in Donbass, some activities of Russian army in Syria, and so on. And understandably, that the state before the war, the state decided to liquidate the organization. The year ago, all the world was shocked with the images and videos from Irpin and Bucha in Ukraine, and the demolition of Mariupol, of the city of Ukraine. But in 1995 and 2000, my colleagues monitoring the war crimes in Chechnya, and they made these very similar images from the small villages in Chechnya, the small villages, the names Novy Aldy and Samashki. That means that, and the modus operandi was completely the same. If you see the images from Chechnya, you will see the images of Bucha. It's the modus operandi of these criminals is the same. And the same generals who was in Chechnya at that time, they are now commanding the troops in Ukraine. And during last 30 years, Russian human rights defenders screaming about, and who was anybody convicted for these crimes? Nobody was convicted, nobody. And during the last 30 years, we tried to bring to justice the war criminals and also the criminals of the regime, because we are screaming about the repressions against the civil society in Russia. But now, after Bucha and Irpin, Mariupol and so on, you call Russia a terrorist state. But you didn't call this Russia terrorist state after the Chechen war. Why?
Thank you. That's a very interesting point. Thank you for stating it. Please.
I really have to comment on this. We are talking about gender apartheid. We are talking about obdurate regimes like in Afghanistan and in Iran. But I think it's important for us also to understand that apart from these very, very serious concerns that we have globally, I'm a neighbor of Afghanistan and of Iran both. So I know how much one situation in one country affects the situations in the neighboring country and the whole region. But I think I want to draw your attention to another aspect. What about Myanmar? Mm-hmm. We are not talking about gender apartheid in Myanmar. What we are talking about is an unacceptable tolerance for the erosion of democracy, the annihilation of democratic processes, and a total disrespect for the concept of legal and social justice. So I think the world should also understand that. In many parts of the world, militarism is still a big challenge to us as human rights defenders in the promotion and protection of human rights. So I think this is something I think I have to stress, We are focused on very legitimate concerns, like the ones about women, LGBTI communities, but at the same time, I think these political erosion of democratic values is a part of erosion of universality. This is what has allowed these obdurate, resistant regimes to weaken the multilateral systems.
Absolutely, thank you very much. I would like to pick up on that for a second round and looking into the future. So how can we rejuvenate these principles of universality, of indivisibility? Indivisibility, yeah, I practice that so much. It doesn't come out. I think, Volker, I have to hand this to you because we had several statements. Natalia said, so why didn't the communique look at Russia and at what human rights defenders said for 30 years? You said, why aren't you at the table as a young Afghan woman who's affected by this? Why are you leading the talk and not her? Why don't you cede your seat to her? And we have what we heard about the erosion of democracy. So looking into the future, how do we rejuvenate these principles in this situation?
No, I mean, first of all, and I would like to react to a couple of points that have been, I'll come to your point. You know, my first mission as High Commissioner was to Sudan. I can tell you, the Sudanese people, the young people and the women who overthrew 30 years of military dictatorship of al-Bashir, there was no question whether it's about a Western concept. They fought for their freedoms. I mean, as a little bit as Mrs. Shalani was mentioning, I mean, the fight for freedoms is a human rights fight, and it's not a question of where you were born or in which continent you are. It's about that. And they were also the ones that when the military took over again in October 21, it was them who, for a year, resisted the military in an incredible, and we can only really honor their incredible courage. Many of them lost their lives, some of the human rights defenders, some got shot at. And what I see sometimes also in the media is that these stories never get told. We need to bring them out. The second point, we can never afford to have an absolutist approach in human rights. There is not, I mean, sometimes the world is divided into black and white or into all kinds of things. But you always need to, first of all, understand with the type of situations. You always need to understand what is it that could actually trigger change. And I fully agree, because there was the Women, Peace and Security agenda that the Security Council put forward. And unfortunately, in many, I can give you many examples, where women were not at the table to negotiate. They were not, South Sudan is a very good example, but there are many others as well. So the Women, Peace and Security agenda of the Security Council is a human rights agenda. And frankly, within the human rights community, we can actually pat ourselves on the shoulder, because a lot of things have happened in terms of civil society engagement, but it's not enough. It's this broadening of the constituency that you have mentioned. It's not enough to say human rights is only one thing that applies in one particular silo, and then we don't care about human rights in the rest. No, human rights is transversal. It has to infuse each and every aspect of peace processes, of security arrangements, of sustainable development. And we lose human rights if we are not able to make sure that, I mean, we will, with Garawali, the executive director of UNODC, we will have a dialogue also on the work, so that we need to make sure that human rights is really integrated in each and every aspect of our lives. But we have, unfortunately, siloed it.
Mm-hmm. Please.
Just to pick up on that, I think from the point that was made about, you know, why weren't things responded to earlier in Russia? Why are women not at the table on Afghanistan? I think we have to be better at learning lessons and better at reading early warning signs. I think that there are certainly lessons, but I think we can also, look at this with a bit more optimism. I mean, Joseph Borrell wrote a blog at the beginning of this year where he talked about turning the tide on human rights. And one area where I think the tide is turning, slowly, admittedly, is on the issue of accountability. I mean, if you look at where we are now, where the strength of the ICC is compared to what it was 5 years ago, if you look at the accountability mechanisms and the evidence gathering mechanisms that are now being used in relation to Ukraine, and particularly if you look at the advances in technology and the ability to see things and retain evidence and so on, I think we're at a moment where we're moving out of this era of impunity and into a new age of accountability, where it will be harder for war criminals to get away with what they are doing, with the violators of human rights to get away with what they are doing. And I think we need to build on that. And I also think we need to. This is a very difficult moment. There are a lot of bad things happening in the world, and it is easy to succumb to defeatism. And I think really one of the things that we have to do at this moment of marking these anniversaries is to strengthen our resolve and say, you know, we are going to prevail. The values in these documents are the values that are going to prevail. And the battle that we have to fight and the battles we have to fight, we're up for it and we're going to do it. And we're not going to be intimidated by authoritarians or by those who want to drive the world back.
We have Natalia and then Shirin. Natalia, do you think that the West, so to say, learned the lesson? Is it better now when you look into the future? Do you believe, Eamon?
I'd like the word accountability and impunity, because we, in Memorial, we made a report, Chain of Impunity, about all the war in which Russia participated, and we made, as we could, all the names of all the war criminals in past wars. And I think it's very important for Russia after the victory of Ukraine. I have no doubt it will happen. And I think it's very important for us to teach both of us, I mean Russia and the European countries, to bring the criminals of Ukrainian war, to bring them to justice, and everyone as for it won't happen anymore. Mm-hmm. And this is very important at the end of this war, that every criminals will be judged.
Thank you very much. Shirin Ebadi, please.
As culture and religion should, in the same way that culture and religion should not make human rights lose their universality, laws cannot have such a role either. Laws should not be used and misused in this direction. When I heard that a terrorist was released, and it can be justified on the basis of rule of law, I was surprised a bit. This is a misuse of law. I just want to recall that the Islamic Republic, for more than 40 years and for reaching its own political aims, it practices hostage-taking. They have more than 30 hostages in prison now. Through releasing those hostages, they obtain what they wish. For example, there was one British woman who was released, and they obtained 40 million pounds that the British government owed them. They could obtain those funds. During the Obama administration, they released a journalist, and they could obtain $4 billion US dollars that this was sent to Iran. One terrorist has been condemned in court, and then immediately they actually reached a prisoner exchange convention, and this person was released. When we talk about universality, we shouldn't only about misuse of religion and culture. The law can be also misused.
Gilani?
Just a response in addition to what Eamon had just said. When we came to Vienna in 1993, one of the important things to understand is that we had come from national situations where we had already been striving for and struggling for whatever we were wanting the international community to accept as universal human rights standards. So impunity was very important because this is what we were fighting against in essence in our own countries, and effective accountability at the national levels. But we also realized that when national situations were such that states were either not willing or not able to set up accountability, then international systems become extremely important. And that was why we were committed to having the ICC, for instance. The other thing is, Your Excellency, I don't think we were naive, and neither were governments. I think we only overestimated the political will to put in place implementation and enforcement procedures for implementing the Vienna Declaration principles. Very recently I was invited to speak about the Vienna Declaration, and I went back to the document, and I was reading it, and I thought to myself, 30 years onwards, there's no need to be pessimistic. We have achieved a lot. In fact, just the fact that we have grown up, I think, and learned a lot in the 30 years in what was effective, what was not effective.
So you do think that lessons were learned?
Of course lessons were learned, and changes did come. But I do think that what now we need is, in order for an intergenerational dialogue to begin, we need to add explanations to each of the principles of declaration. Like, in laws, we have a law, and then there is an explanation. What are the specific requirements of that law for the enforcement and proper implementation and application of that law? I think we need another World Conference on Human Rights to put in the explanations.
That's a very good point. Minister, what do you say that the statement that you overestimated, or we overestimated the will, what does it mean for going from now into the future regarding impunity? Imam, you were really optimistic about impunity being ended. Are you optimistic? What does it mean? Do we overestimate the will again, or?
No, I mean, I am optimistic, otherwise I couldn't do my job. And I believe everybody on this panel, if you're not optimistic, you're on the wrong side of history. I mean, we constantly fight believing that there's advancement. And I say human rights is a little bit like the Forstchen principle, forced by Goethe, saying only those who continuously strive to better themselves in the world can be redeemed. And it's never over, it's never done, it's never acquis. And yes, we're learning and we're getting better. We will do new mistakes. It's human to a certain degree. Human rights, and we continue to do that. And if I hear why didn't we act to Russia more clearly after Chechnya? Yes, we learned. And on the Taliban, on Iran, it's not black and white. My world is different shades of gray, but it's only gray. There's no white. It goes from very black to light gray. But I'm positive because I believe that we can evolve, and that is probably the thinking we have. encrusted in our culture. And I fully agree with you. We have seen so much progress. We should not, and for me, human rights is also a mindset. And that's what I meant with naive. Probably governments were naive, you know? And we thought it will be, by osmosis, will somehow transcend to other societies. And now we have found out, gosh, no, it won't happen. And we have to fight for it. And I think, okay, let's take it up. Let's take up the fight. And it's worthwhile doing it. It won't be done in a day. It probably won't be done in a year or 10 years. It will be a continuous struggle. But we have achieved so much the last 50, 60 years. And sometimes, and I say that to Western audiences, we forget where we came from. And you mentioned it, that in the 70s, you still had segregation in the US. You still had death penalty in a couple of Western countries. We sometimes, in our mindset, we have the feeling, well, since whatever, 150 years, 1848, we have been doing this. Well, no, we learned it only recently. So let's give also others the tolerance to accompany them in this learning process. And it's the only way forward, the only way forward. So yes, I'm optimistic, and nobody will take this away from me.
And you're not naive now as they were then, I gather from that. Volker, we'll have you on stage at the end of the 3 panels for a reflection. So that is why I will hand the last word on this panel to you, because I am very sure that you will be sitting on panels 30 years from now, talking about human rights as one of the people here. There's several here, young people, who will be talking about this. What must happen that then you will be satisfied with the course of history of human rights?
Let me tell you something. So I am the oldest of the 3. So I take a lot of pride in being the leader of the pack, taking every bad and good decision in my family. And I think the West also takes pride in being the leader of the free world, or being the leader in championing human rights. You know, yes, you do have a dark history, but you have come far away. So I think the first thing, I would be satisfied if 30 years from now on I'm sitting on a panel like this. I get to see that if one Western country takes the charge, the lead into invading a country, and is willing to use women's rights as an instrument to fight their own war, and then 20 years later leaves and frees 5,000 terrorists and abuses the human rights within that country and attacks, and the other countries don't watch and ask, and UN is not some place where they go after the incidents happen, and even then it's not talked about, then I will be satisfied. When the UN practices its power, where the UN does investigate all the human rights abuses by pro and anti-government agencies, where women, where girls have the agency to practice their right, but even if they don't, they have a space where they can continue conveying their message. I think that's where I would be satisfied, not where all the other Western countries are standing and one country is taking the lead in abusing the human rights and sees it as fit. I think for me that would be important, where these countries stand up to that one country and tells them that, oh, that's wrong, that's where you're wrong, and we cannot just abandon these people after using them for 20 years. I think that's where I will be satisfied.
Accountability.
Accountability, yeah.
So thank you very much. Thank you for the panel. I think we take away some important points, broaden the constituency, bring young women to the table. Don't look away when human rights observers tell you that something is going wrong. And
you know, we should have also spoken about I think the most stark existential threat to humanity, which is climate change.
We will in the third panel, actually.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak about that in the context of how it is going to cause more and more conflict. You know, in 1993, we were trying to take steps and commit ourselves to actions which would bring peace to communities. Today, we are seeing more and more communities in distress.
Absolutely. That's something we will talk about in the third panel and throughout the day. So thank you very much for mentioning it. And please give a big applause to this audience. And we will now have a coffee break of about 20-25 minutes. So go grab a coffee and we'll see each other here at 4:05 again. So, welcome back. I hope you had good talks and good coffee. Before we go into our next panel about technology and human rights, I would like to show you the video message that Nobel Peace Prize laureate Nadia Murad sent us for the symposium. Nadia Murad was abducted by ISIS. She's a member of the Yazidi community in Iraq. She was abducted and enslaved by ISIS and is now fighting for justice and bringing them to court. And this is her message for this symposium.
30 years ago, we marked a turning point in the universal recognition of human rights. The Vienna Declaration on Human Rights was an achievement for which the international community should be proud. It gave us a new framework for how we could implement a body of human rights instruments. And there is no doubt that respect and enforcement of our shared humanity has grown stronger. But in 2023, we need to ask ourselves hard questions about why universal human rights are not universally upheld. As the Goodwill Ambassador for the Dignity of Survivors of Human Trafficking for the UNODC, I know that human trafficking and sexual violence in conflict are two examples among many of where we need to do much better. Why 23 years after the near universal adoption of the Trafficking in Persons Protocol, does human trafficking still exist in every corner of the world? Why 13 years after the first global plan of action to combat trafficking in persons, are nearly half of all trafficked people abandoned and left to try and attempt terrifying escapes by themselves? What does it say about our world when 33 years after the Convention on the Rights of the Child was established, more than 1/3 of all trafficking victims are children? These are questions that must no longer go unanswered. They are questions we do not want to be asking ourselves again in another 30 years. We must immediately implement innovative and practical solutions so that this barbaric trade in human beings ends once and for all. More resources must be invested in prevention and awareness measures. I call on governments around the world to hold those who traffic, enslave, and abuse their fellow humans to account. Impunity for this hideous crime must end by making full use of the powerful human rights framework the Vienna Declaration helped create. This Blue Heart pen aims to raise awareness of human trafficking. I encourage you all to join this campaign and support victims and survivors. Thank you.
I think she's watching my live stream, so let's just send a big applause to Nadia Murad. Such an impressive woman. In the opening speeches, everyone, I think, tackled the problem of artificial intelligence and human rights of the digital era, where big data, automation, artificial intelligence enters every aspect of our lives, and there's still no real legal framework to deal with it. And this, on the one hand, is great for human rights and freedom of expression. On the other hand, we have algorithms that are biased, and we have misinformation and hate speech directed, a lot of it against human rights defenders. So this is what we will talk about in this next panel, and I welcome our guests. We have a great list of panelists on this panel. I'll first ask on stage Maria Paz Canales. She's head of legal policy and research at Global Partners Digital. She comes from Chile and was part of the team that founded Derechos Digitales. Thank you so much for being here. So she's right in the topic. So next I would like to welcome one representative of the big tech companies, in this case Microsoft. Risa Hudson is with us. Welcome to Vienna. She is Corporate Vice President of Microsoft Tech and Corporate Responsibility Group. So you deal with exactly these issues, so ensuring that human rights are in the technology and in the chain that leads to that, and providing a health information environment, safeguarding democratic institutions. That's all part of her work, and we'll talk about that. Next, it's a big honor to introduce Ensaf Haider. Thank you for being with us in Vienna, please. Ensaf Haider is the president of the Raif Badawi Foundation for Freedom. Her husband, Raif Badawi, was sentenced to 7 years prison and 1,000 lashes in 2014 for a blog post about religion. Ensaf sought asylum in Canada and is since leading a campaign to support her husband, and is using technology to promote human rights and to lead this campaign. We're very happy that you're here. Thank you for being with us. On this side of the panel, I'd like to introduce our Minister for European Affairs and Constitution. She's also a judge by training, Caroline Edstadler. Welcome. Before serving as a minister, she was a member of parliament, of the European Parliament, and also a legal expert at the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. And she's dealing with hate speech legislation on different levels, so I'm curious what she has to say about this topic. We're thrilled to have one of the best journalists in the world, I would say, but also one of the most threatened journalists in the world, coming to us from India, Rana Ayub. Welcome to Vienna. She's an investigative journalist in India. India is not a country that we talk a lot about when we talk about human rights, but she has written about extrajudicial killings, she has written about repression, and she faces repression herself, and an avalanche of threats and misinformation on social media. So this is about the protection of democracy we're talking about. And next, I'd like to welcome, I think he's the only man on the panel actually, but it's not because he's a man. Michael O'Flaherty, welcome on the podium. Michael, as of course you all know, is the director of the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights here in Vienna that reports on abuses against fundamental rights in Europe, and has a stance on also artificial intelligence. And I'll sit down to introduce our last guest because he is not with us here on the podium. He's in Costa Rica, and I can see him already. Perhaps we could see him on screen. Welcome, Gebemba Sesan. Welcome to our, there he is. Welcome to our discussion. He's the Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative. That's a Pan-African initiative for digital inclusion. And right now he's at the RightsCon. That's the summit for human rights in the digital era. So thank you very much, Gebemba, for being with us. Can you hear us all right? Yes. So, as with the last panel, I'd like you to have a real conversation about the topic. And I'd like to start with you, Maria Paz. You've been working in this since you started working, actually. So what would you say is the state of affairs in the intersection between artificial intelligence, algorithms, and human rights?
Sure. I think that this is a very good segue from the previous panel, from the first one, that the main concept was around universality and also the indivisibility, the word that you were struggling to pronounce, me too, of human rights. I think that it's very relevant, and it's something which is the focus of the work that I have been doing in my career, to point it out that the issues related with technology are also underpinned by human rights. So at the end, even though it can be true that we have a shortage of specific frameworks and regulations addressing some of the issues, we still have relevant guidance from the human rights principles, declarations, resolution that can allow us to guide this conversation around technology and how to balance the use of technology for ensuring really this universality of human rights. So we can think about as this panel is called to speak about, from the opportunities and also the challenges. And both things are illuminated by the fact that we have guidance and traditional perspective of human rights for implement when we are talking and seeing this additional layer that it's bring by technology.
Thank you very much for this great introduction. Michael, we're talking about 30 years of the Vienna Declaration. 30 years ago, there was still no Google, so we did have internet and we did have emails, but not everybody did. Is there something in there that can provide this guidance? Is that like this one-to-one thing that we can apply to the digital era?
I think this panel is the great test of the relevance of the Vienna Conference, the Declaration and Programme of Action for today. Can the Vienna Declaration speak to the reality of today? And I would say without a doubt it can. Just as you've said, the principles remain absolutely valid. The toolbox perhaps needs to be strengthened, but it's largely in position. The actors were already identified back in Vienna. And Vienna even identified the issue. Paragraph 11 of the Vienna Declaration talks about the potential and the risk of information technologies. That was prophetic 30 years ago. And now we have to actually deliver on that prophecy. Tech impacts for good and for bad every human right. It's not just about privacy. It's not just about non-discrimination. It's about every aspect of how we experience our lives, how our dignity is honored or disrespected. Let me come back to, and I'll stop here to say what I said at the beginning. If the human rights system cannot engage with tame tech and deliver it for human well-being, then it doesn't have a future.
I'd like to come to you, but you're in Costa Rica right now. This is the summit for the issue we're talking about. Could you summarize for us what are the most important conversation points around human rights and technology right now there?
Thank you, Nontian. Great to be able to connect. I think the fact that we're celebrating 30 years, of human rights conversations makes it obvious that one of the most important conversations we're having right now is the fact that, the mission for human rights is the same. The medium is a bit different because there was no digital the way we know it now. 30 years ago, we're having this conversation, and the method has to adapt. And I say that because one of the most important conversations we're having here at RightsCon and everywhere else, with civil society actors speaking up, is that the digital space is literally, for many in the global majority world, the last standing civic space. A lot of the typical spaces where you can, have dissenting voices have been clamped down on, radio, TV in many countries. So this is the last standing civic space. And increasingly, there are clampdowns by governments and even by non-state actors on this civic space. But it's great to also see pushback from civil society and from citizens. So that's where we are at, a creative tension between clamping down on this last standing civic space and pushback by citizens and relevant organizations.
Thank you very much, Bemba. Ensaf, you will be talking in Arabic, so if you take your headphones, one is German, two is English, so that you can hear the ones who don't speak Arabic. Ensaf, I'd like to pick up on that because that's what you are doing with the campaign for your husband Raif, and that's what he was doing when he wrote the blog post that got him into prison. So from your perspective, how important is it to have open access and not very much government interference with the digital space, with social media and so on?
First of all, allow me to thank you for the kind invitation to be with you here in this important symposium, which I know is attended by many influential people from all over the world, especially those influential in human rights and human rights issues. Allow me to say that my whole life was partly deprived of human rights. Throughout my life, I was pro-technology. I started my life story with when I got married. I met Raif over a phone call. We had built our relationship over speaking over the phone, the mobile phone. So you know that I come from a conservative background. This was not heard of. It was forbidden for men and women to speak over the phone. if they are not part of your family or your husband or your uncle or your brother. So it was completely forbidden to speak to someone from outside my family circle over the phone. Technology was the tool that allowed me to do that and to meet my husband. When I first met him, I met him through the phone, and it was by mistake. It was a wrong number, and speaking to him was a crime for my family and even for my people, because women are not supposed to speak with foreigners, especially if they are men. Then we got married against the wish of my family, because they were against me marrying someone I met over the phone. So it was a long battle before we got married. Then in 2006, Raif established his blog. It was called the Free Saudi Network, through which he wrote blogs on women's rights and such an issue such as women driving in Saudi Arabia and other women's rights in general were somehow a taboo, because in Saudi Arabia then women citizens, things have changed of course from then, but then women were considered second class. They did not enjoy any civil rights. They did not even have the right to choose their life partners, their husbands. It was selected by the family. Women also did not have the right to work in certain jobs. And Raif, through his blogs, used to speak about women's rights, calling for them, calling for the right to faith. Unfortunately, this led him to be sentenced erroneously. We as a family are sentenced, not only Raif, we are even sentenced. For example, my children have been, for the last 12 years, unable to visit their father. Me too. It's been 12 years that I have not seen my husband. I thank technology, because had it not been for technology, I wouldn't have been able to continue Raif's process. Of course, in the past, we used to contact him via phone call. In 2022, he was released. We were able to contact him over FaceTime, thanks to technology. Raif got to know his children only after 10 years of imprisonment, because I had to leave the country when my children were young. The eldest was 7.5 years when he was in prison. So he was able to meet his children through FaceTime. Imagine that. I left Saudi Arabia in early 2012. This is my story.
Thank you very much for sharing your story, Ensaf, which is one of the examples. You use technology so much for your campaign, but thank you so much also for sharing. It's such a personal story. In India, it's the biggest democracy in the world. We don't talk so much about human rights abuses in India, but press freedom is really under pressure there. And from your story, from what I gathered from your story, Rana, technology is also used against journalists, against human rights defenders by misinformation and by online threats. You have become an incredible amount of online hate. Can you tell us a bit of your story and your perspective on this topic?
Good afternoon, everybody. I mean, for the last couple of hours, I've been hearing conversations about what happens in Iran, what happens in Ukraine, what happens in Afghanistan. Do we even see India in that perspective? We don't, because India is the world's largest democracy. How do we visualize India as the land of Ayurveda, the land of yoga, the land of secularism, pluralism? But we, a country of 1.4 billion people, we have just overtaken China. I mean, you can imagine what disinformation looks like and the penetration of disinformation looks like in a country like mine. And unfortunately for me, I have not just been a victim of technology, but also state repression. We have a prime minister. I mean, we are the world's largest democracy. We are hosting the G20 summit this year. But our prime minister is just visiting the United States on a state visit, but unleashed some of the worst tendencies against the minorities in India. And the 220 million Muslim minorities in India, the Dalits, the lower caste. Journalists like me have been considered enemies of the state. I mean, it speaks volumes that me and another person that I met who's a delegate in this event, both of us had to get code permission to travel here. That speaks volumes of democracy. It's a semblance of democracy. Of course, it's democracy on paper. I mean, nobody talks about India in the term that we have been referring to. I've been listening to since morning, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait. So. Just 3 weeks ago, when I was speaking at the UN General Assembly, the New York Times publisher A.G. Sulzberger went on stage and said, India is treating its journalists as terrorists. And that's no further from the truth, because very recently, the Indian government banned the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and invoked emergency powers to remove every link of the documentary from the internet. And recently, money laundering was slapped against the BBC. How many world leaders are talking about it? We're not talking about it. I face money laundering charges. I face tax evasion charges. I face criminal defamation, most recently for an article I wrote 15 years ago. And the accusation against me is that me, accused number 2, is a practicing Muslim, hence prejudice. And I was telling my lawyer, wait a minute, how do I contest this charge? I mean, how do I contest that I'm a practicing Muslim? I am, right? So how do I contest that charge, right? But unfortunately, that's the truth in a country where misinformation and disinformation have become the new ways in which not just journalists and not just activists, but everybody who speaks has been targeted. We are besmirched. Our reputation has been targeted. Because the only way for you to be the enemy of the state is to spread misinformation about you, right? I was at the Nobel Prize Summit last week where I gave them an example. I said, we're talking about a disinformation. How about this? The leader of the Nobel Committee was in India, and all the news anchors and leaders of the government were putting out tweets that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the front runner for the Nobel Peace Prize. That never happened. But that was on all news channels. That was being tweeted by ministers of the ruling government, right? That's the stage of disinformation we are talking about. You must have heard about the train tragedy in India that happened 5 days ago. There are Twitter trends that Muslims led to the train tragedy. They sabotaged the train. That's the extent which the internet is being used to demonize and vilify a community. That's technology which is being used to target journalists like me who are now the enemies of the state. A couple of years ago, 6 UN special rapporteurs wrote to the Indian government to protect my safety. Why? Because my image was morphed on a porn video and circulated in a country of 1.4 billion people. Why? Because, hey, if you target a woman's character and make her a free-for-all, you discredit her. And when you cannot discredit her character, then you slap money laundering charges and tax evasion charges because you muddy the waters for people, right? There are so many times there are morphed tweets that say, I hate India and I hate Indians, and circulates all over the internet. I have fact-checked it so many times, but the point is, and there are fact-checking websites in India, but the point is, when leaders of the ruling party spread fake news, what can a fact-checking website do? And that's the story of India that we all must listen and we all must hear, because if the world's largest democracy, and I keep repeating this in my Washington Post columns, if the world's largest democracy goes down under, then it will have repercussions for every country in the world. It will not be India in isolation. We do not live in isolation anywhere. Every country is related to the other country. What happens in India will be repeated tomorrow in other countries, which is why, and we must not speak selectively about countries. The Western countries speak about, a lot of countries, when I speak to world leaders, they say, yeah, India is a strategic ally, right? So we must not speak about human rights abuses in countries which are strategic allies. No, we must speak about human rights abuses in countries across the board, irrespective. We cannot pick and choose battle. Human rights has to be inclusive.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rana Ayub. I think that deserves a round of applause, yes. Thank you. So we have two representatives of company and government who are responsible for this. I say company and government because tech companies are so big that actually you make the rules. But I'd like to start with government, Minister. We have two things on the table. One is what we heard from Costa Rica, that it's the last civil space for a lot of people, and government repression goes into the web, into social media. And the other thing is misinformation. And what we heard from Rana, that's horrible, how she's been targeted. So why do you take the line in tackling these two and keeping the balance between these two?
Well, first of all, let me start by stating one thing which is clear, and we heard it already from so many speakers, but it's worth to say it again. Human rights are universal, they are indivisible, and that means also that they are true for every area of our life, and things are developing. And I would say 30 years ago, it would not have been possible to have a panel like that with 6 women and 1 man. And
2 men, but one is in Costa Rica, which also
sorry, Gabanga, sorry.
Which also wouldn't have been possible 30 years ago.
Technology makes it so he can
2 men, sorry. 6 women still and 2 men. And I think that is something which shows very clearly that things are developing in the right direction. The other thing is that we don't need to introduce new framework. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I'm personally, and you mentioned that, a fan of the European Convention of Human Rights, as I worked at the European Court of Human Rights for nearly 2 years. I think everything is there which we need. But now the crucial thing comes into play, and we need to work together with companies and with high-tech enterprises, that we really make sure that human rights apply offline, so in the physical world, and online. And that's the big challenge we have to do, and we face now, and we cannot do it alone. Of course, some regulation is needed. We are thinking of the DSA and the DMA in the European Union, and this is needed to set some limits, to say, okay, if this is happening on the internet, then it is also against the criminal law, and something has to be done with that. For example, a hate posting has to be deleted. And I may also say that we were front runners in Austria. We invented a law, introduced a law on the 1st of January 2021 already. I had some huge discussions with the European Commission because they wanted to see only a European solution, of course. And I said, yes, well, I'm fully aware of the situation that we need it at the European level, but until it is ready at the European level, we want to make our experiences in Austria, and we did it. We had the so-called Communication Platform Act, and it works, and we saw that it is working. So now the crucial phase is to work together and to find ways how to implement them also in the online field. And Gabanga, I wanted also to go to Costa Rica. I'm very happy that you are there, because we are 2 out of 10 people in the leadership panel of the Internet Governance Forum. We are working together. We know each other quite well from Ethiopia also, and from Vienna. I invited the leadership panel also to Austria to discuss how can we ensure that the human rights are also applying online. And I think we can find ways, but we have to raise the awareness also in the society. We have to raise also the education in this field, and to make people ready to be able to recognize, is it fake news, is it propaganda, or is it true? And if it is hate news, then anyone has to say, come on, this is not allowed, not online and also not offline, so let's delete that.
But it's not really easy to do that, especially when we talk about countries that are autocratic or that don't follow human rights and that's a lot of countries in the world, including European countries sometimes. Why do you draw the line? On the one hand, you have free speech. On the other hand, you have to work against fake news, work against misinformation and online hate, or that violence is violence. How do you do that? Is that a contradiction?
There's so many things people have talked about today that my head is buzzing. And I actually think it's really important, and I wish there were more people from companies like mine in rooms like this. I think that's actually the most important thing that's missing. because these are problems. You actually said you're so big you make the rules. That's really broken. We shouldn't be making all the rules.
But you are.
I know, but it's partly, it's partly we need government, actually. We need civil society. I think Microsoft has taken very, very seriously its responsibility to do this responsibly. But lots of companies are developing technology, and technology is used by lots of people in lots of ways. And so we do need regulation. I think this question of hate speech and this new generative AI I think there are really interesting questions about the ways in which technology can actually help make us smarter about what we're consuming. So we're thinking a lot about things like content provenance. Can you put some marking on something to ensure that, to send a signal to all the people who are consuming it, this is authentic, this is from this person who it purports to be? In part, what we're experiencing right now is everybody is consuming so much information, they can't sort through it. And so we do need to improve some media literacy and civics literacy and stuff like that. But I think there's more that technology can do to send signals about what is trustworthy, what's authoritative content, what is coming from authoritative sources, what it purports to be, in part so we can sort through the massive amounts of information.
Is that something that would help against the campaigns that are being held against you, Rana? So do you think technology could be a solution to misinformation like the one targeted at you?
Well, I can see that technology has come in very handy, especially for journalists who are persecuted in their own state, who are not published in their own country because your media is censored. So what happens technology in a way democratizes the space for you, especially in shrinking spaces. Technology allows you to amplify your work. So if a fake news is spread on Twitter, I can also put a tweet, right? Or I can put something on Instagram and say, hey, I can counter this. But again, a lot of times you have social media platforms, which is something we absolutely need to talk about. The social media platforms have been enablers of the worst kind of hate speech, not just in India, but look at neighboring countries, in Myanmar against the Rohingya refugees, right? The kind of hate campaign that has gone on against refugees on social media platforms, that needs to be kept in check, and that is something probably where tech companies really need to, and with Elon Musk taking over Twitter, we don't know what else to expect there. But again, we are, I think technology has democratized spaces, but at the same time, it has managed to spread it has enabled the populist agenda globally. It has enabled hate against minorities, the displaced, the less privileged in the world. So I think it is a big problem. Propaganda is a big problem. I'll give you a small example. Just to demonstrate what's really happening vis-a-vis propaganda. I just wrote a big piece for the Washington Post on propaganda in India. Now, there's a film called The Kerala Story, which has been released in India. The story's tagline, the trailer when it released says, 32,000 women sent to ISIS captured by Muslims, converted to Islam and sent to ISIS, right? That's the headline. After being fact-checked, the number came to 3. From 32,000, the number has come to 3, right? The Chief Justice of India said that you have to add a disclaimer that this was a work of fiction. But guess what happened before that? The Prime Minister of India endorsed that film in all his election speeches. Of course, what was he doing? It was a dog whistle. It was a dog whistle against the people mentioned in that. So that's the role propaganda plays. But why did that film become popular? It's become one of the biggest blockbusters because people are sharing the Prime Minister's speeches and the videos of that film on WhatsApp, on Twitter, on Instagram. That's the role technology is playing in enabling the hate against all the marginalized in the world right now. That's something that needs to be checked.
And then something got to do with algorithms. We know that social media have algorithms that promote hate, promote lies, because they get more reactions. That's getting worse with artificial intelligence because it's getting better and better at targeting the psychological weaknesses of the individual person. So, Kbengba, can I ask you again in Costa Rica, what's the conversation around this side of technology? You've talked about spaces for civil society. Are you also talking about the risks of AI in spreading misinformation, in spreading propaganda, and so on?
Yes, there will be many conversations around that. Yesterday was just day zero, so the conversations are actually just starting today. But I think it's really important to say that, yes, 30 years on, we're having this conversation in an environment where the kind of businesses that determine what goes on around the world are now a lot more digital than they were 30 years ago. And I think it has to be said that at the moment, unfortunately, many business models are unfortunately working against global norms and the rights of the users. And I say this because many times it's great to say, yes, we can put out a tweet to stop fake news, but guess which one is more amplified? Guess which one is served by many of those platforms? Bad news, unfortunately, sells. And I think there is a major, major clash between the basic business model of many digital platforms and their need to do good. And I say this because, unfortunately, until we find a sort of harmony between, business decisions and how business models work and supporting human rights will continue to lose to profit. And that is where we have a major problem. I think it's high time that many businesses began to have a critical conversation about aligning their core business models with the fundamental objective of serving human rights. Trust is at the center of the digital economy, and unfortunately, as trust is eroded because of many of the mistakes that have been made by these platforms and digital businesses, it will eventually affect their business. We keep asking the question, is human rights, is digital rights really good for business? Right now, many businesses are basically saying in theory, yes, it is good for business, but in reality, they are basically saying it's not good for business. We will go for profit over rights, and that has to change.
Thank you very much. I'll hand it right over to you, Teresa. Well, I think a round of applause here.
I think that is fundamental, that business does need to recognize that it needs license to operate, and it will only continue to have license to operate by being trustworthy, by respecting human rights. I mean, it's built into Microsoft's mission, but we are going to test it right now. Generative AI is going to test us on this. I mean, we've been sort of lucky to be not in the main part of the conversation as people have been talking about social media, but we are now. We are now squarely in the middle. And I think the theme I'm pulling from what everybody is saying is technology can be used for great good, civic spaces, amplifying voices, holding people to account for war crimes. We're working really closely with the ICC with using AI to help document war crimes. And technology can be used for great harm. And I think the sort of fear right now is we didn't do enough with social media to put guardrails on. We have to do more right now. And that everything that's bad right now, technology will make worse. And so we really need to be working together, I think, with government, with civil society, to be really in that conversation right now and acting really quickly, because I think it could get out of hand pretty quickly.
And that's what a lot of business leaders are saying. There were quite a number of business leaders now saying we have to hit pause for half a year and talk about where is this AI thing going. We need regulation, we need ethics, but half a year in European terms of your legislation is nothing.
Yeah.
That's like European Union is working on the AI Act since, I don't know, 2 years, and it's you were the first, but it's not going as fast as technology, and that's an understatement. So how can we do that?
Let me speak to regulation, but before I do it, I think we haven't fully laid out the problem territory yet. The capacity of AI and tech to make mistakes has been under-acknowledged so far in our conversation. My agency has been investing heavily in research on this. We looked, for example, recently at online automated content moderation tech, and we found it woefully inadequate. Sure, we found biases. We all know about the race and the gender biases, but we found biases on every category of non-discrimination, age, disability, you name it. We found that it gets worse over time through feedback loops. As the machine learning goes on, the tech itself gets worse. We found preposterous outcomes based on these mistakes. So when we fed in the line, "I am a Muslim," into the algorithm we were testing, it was flagged for takedown, because the word Muslim was associated with so much negative discourse. Exactly the same for "I am a Jew." But when we put in "I hate Muslims, love," it was not flagged for takedown because love is associated with positive messages. So we have to really keep in mind tech is quite stupid, and you know it's manipulation of statistics, you know, and it can be as wrong as anybody doing math, and trust me on that for myself. The other problematic dimension I wanted to mention is the there's a surprising level of trust, despite the mistakes, out there in society in tech. When we surveyed Europeans and asked, when you get to a border, do you want to be stopped and checked by a machine or by a border guard? Most people, the vast majority, said, I would rather trust the machine. There's a sort of a naivety there that we need to tackle. And one last dimension of the naivete or the lack of knowledge has to do with the industry. Again, we spoke to the tech world, we spoke to the Silicon Valley leaders, we spoke to government ministries, officials in ministries dealing with tech, and we found the level of knowledge of human rights incredibly low. Everybody got privacy, but it didn't really go much further than that in most of the conversations. So it's quite a wide range of issues that regulation has to deal with. And I would argue that the EU model is not a bad one. In terms of delivering respect for human rights, the EU model, which is risk-based, makes sense. Maybe it's going too slowly, Minister, I'd accept the point, but nevertheless, the basic principles are right, and we have to keep them right. We need a broad definition of AI, not a narrow one that excludes many operations as is currently in risk. We need it use case applied. Particularly with general application AI, you can't just regulate that. You have to regulate it in the context in which it's used. You have to have full transparency of data and of algorithms. How else can you oversee it? You need strong oversight bodies, independent ones. You can't just have voluntary self-oversight. And you need redress for victims. And so these are all targets that we have to keep aimed for in the European laboratory, and hopefully then it can be rolled out elsewhere in the world.
Well, and nothing of that is really in place right now, and we're talking about Europe that's been the first mover on this. So which direction are we going? What should be done?
I think that there are many relevant things that already have been said. I think that one of the most important concepts here is accountability in general, the same that was mentioned in the previous panel for governments. In this case, when we are talking about technology, because massively the control of technology is on the hand of private companies, accountability is a very relevant issue and a concept in terms of the way in which companies have to render their service to societies. So we have in this also guidance from human rights perspective with the UN guiding principles and business and human rights that are really valuable for inspiring this conversation with all the elements that have been highlighted by my colleagues in the previous intervention. But another element, another very important element that can be added, particularly in this conversation about generative AI or new and emerging technologies in general, is the issue of how these technologies are presented in modalities that are really engaging and gaining intimacy with the humans, but they are not being rightfully presented as something that is synthetic and not human. So a lot of what Teresa was speaking previously in terms of like being much more clear and responsible in communicating the limitation of the technology and what have been the measures that have been taken by the companies previously to release for consuming, for massive consuming this type of technologies is really a relevant part of the accountability that we are talking here. So we will need still some time for having all these institutions of oversight in place, this regulation that is being discussed in the EU, also in the US, but in other countries like Brazil that recently presented to the Congress a bill for discussion also in artificial intelligence regulation. There are many places in which the regulatory discussion is advancing. But for now, we have very relevant tools for acting right now. We don't need to wait for that. And I think that companies have a very relevant responsibility on this, that it's already present from consumer protection, from non-discrimination regulation that are already in place. So my final comment, I want to move to a slightly different issue that it was touched previously also for other speakers. I think that it's very relevant to think about context. When we are talking about disinformation or artificial intelligence regulation or platform regulation, we need to be mindful that there is a lot of need of cooperation and convergence in different regulations that will take place around the world. But for that reason also, we need to be mindful when we are discussing the standards that those standards are relevant and applicable to different contexts in order to really balance the ensurement of different human rights at play. So for example, in the case of what Rana was pointing out, it's very relevant when we are thinking about disinformation or platform regulation, we are sure that the regulations that are being proposed or the standards that are being promoted are also applicable for places in which we have authoritarian governments.
But would India, I mean, India is the biggest country in the world. Would India accept, now, yes. Would India accept standards being set by, I don't know, which multilateral bodies or tech companies? Would Indian government even go with this?
I think tech companies are bending over backwards to accommodate India. So I don't see Indian government wanting to accommodate, anything that is being put forward yet. I mean, especially when your own spokespersons are flouting all possible norms, right? Again, to give you a personal example, the spokesperson of the ruling party the other day tweeted that my father was debauched and soliciting prostitutes sitting in Germany. My father has never left India. Right? That's the level of fake news. When it percolates from top up there, do you think a government that works on fake news, disinformation, that has found its core audience, I mean, like most popular countries that are ruled by populist leaders, when a country forms so much of its core audience based on fake news and technology, I don't think it is willing to let go of any of the norms. In fact, it is finding, like Trump, like Modi, like many populist leaders, they are finding the new rules set up by Twitter as God sent. I mean, right now, at this point of time, the biggest enablers in India, in absence of mainstream media, because the mainstream media has been completely captured by the ruling government, in absence of that, we have WhatsApp. In absence of that, we have TikTok, Instagram. And these are the new messengers of news. And with that happening, I don't see the Indian government cooperating, so to say. In fact, we have the INB ministry has now is bringing in a new legislation that the government will now decide what is fake news. Not the fake news websites, but the government will bring in a law to decide what is fake news. And it's going to be very arbitrary. If something goes against the Indian government, if there's a criticism, the government will say fake news. So with that, I would want to end this on an optimistic note, but I'm sorry, there's no optimism to offer here right now.
Just technology can make make things that are bad worse. Technology can make things that are good better and things that are bad worse. I mean, this is what you're talking about is it's sort of a government enabled by technology more than anything else, rather than it's not the technology itself that is causing the problem.
No, it's about how leaders are using that kind of technology, but also technology in a way cooperating with those agencies, right? Those governments.
And if I'm saying that, but not all is about the government.
Right, no.
It's about enterprises, it's about economy, it's about
As our friend said, it's the profit model, right? It is the profit model. We are generating money from this. I mean, India is a big country, 1.4 billion people. We are profiting from fake news. We are profiting from technology.
The profit model is not incompatible with trustworthy, reliable, human rights respectful AI.
That's right.
I'm not speaking to any particular country. That may not be the case in a given situation, but I think more generally, yes. And this idea that human rights respectful AI, well-regulated AI, is uncompetitive AI, I don't think is sustainable. I think in the long term, it'll win out also commercially.
Yeah, but at the end, also the issue about the business model, it's the issue about who is in best position for controlling risk. So at the end, if a company, it's the one is profiting from using the system and spreading the kind of bad thing that the system is capable, it's the company who is in the best position for also evaluating in advance those risks, mitigates those risks, and should be responsible at the end if nothing that happened for the harm being.
I think it's and. I think is what you're saying. You're both saying and.
Let me just before I get back to you, or jump in.
I just want to say, because we have to think of what it is. It is human-made.
Yes.
And I want to come back to what I said at the beginning. It's about empowering people, civilization, to decide what is good and what is bad. And every technology, and Teresa, you mentioned it, can be used for good reasons and for good goals and for bad ones. There's always a downside.
But you have worked with tech companies. You talk to tech companies. They make money out of exactly what I understand. How does this conversation go if you talk to Facebook, to Google?
Well,
I don't know if you talk to TikTok.
I talked also to Microsoft, so it was hard at the beginning, to be honest, and it was during this period of COVID-19, and we were never able to meet in person. It was only in a digital way, and there was a lot of suspicion about what we tried to do and what we in the end did. But in the meantime, there is a big understanding, and it's also something, things are developing quite quickly also in this regard, if we are talking to each other, if we explaining why are we doing that. And for what I just wanted to mention also is AI is there. And AI is changing our life for the good. That's what I'm really convinced. But we have to create trust, explainability, transparency, and we really have to say, and it's just because I had a meeting with a professor in the area of medicine, and he said, a human being could never do an operation as good as AI could do it and will do it in the future. But we have to explain it and we have to create trust. And of course, there's also the question, to bring another topic into, regarding the data. Who guides the data? So all we do, we have to take and keep the human oversight.
Ensaf, please, jump in from the perspective of somebody from Saudi Arabia.
I do agree that technology and social media can be a tool for good and can be a tool for evil. It's the same everywhere in the world. But there are some countries that, by law, benefit from technology. For example, I live in Canada currently, and I benefit from AI. I benefit from social media. I have access to news. I know what's happening in other countries. But in other countries that cannot tell the truth to their people, they start creating content that is not beneficial, or here we find misinformation and hate speech. It all depends on the interests of the government and how it wants to use technology or abuse technology.
To wrap this up, we're talking about a conference that took place 30 years ago. If we talk about this topic and the conference would take place about this topic, what should be the outcome? Who would be the governing body for regulating AI and human rights? Perhaps, Michael, perhaps you would have an idea. Who is it?
Thanks.
Is there a multilateral system in place even to
It's emerging. It's emerging. The Council of Europe is developing a treaty right now, which will be the first, in a way, multilateral space to have norms developed. It's very early stages, so I can't comment on it. But we have to watch it very carefully to make sure that some of those issues we flagged earlier are paid attention to. Remember, it's great to hear the tech industry talking about we want regulation, but drill down, ask them what kind of regulation they want. Is this regulation that delivers for human rights or delivers for better profits? I don't know. There isn't a single voice, I think, would be the fair thing to say.
There isn't a single voice. That's true.
I'm not having a go at you. The other thing we didn't talk about at all today, and we will need to continue to pay attention to, is digital access, digital justice. If our world is turning all digital, we have to make sure everybody has the necessary machinery, the necessary online access to do their jobs. We need protections and controls so that we don't go too fast into the digital space. A really practical issue at the moment is the disappearance of cash payment services. This is a huge problem for many people in our societies, including here in Europe. People who need to work only with cash, who don't have access to the internet, don't understand the internet, maybe are living in sheltered contexts where they're only given access to cash. And they're being forgotten as cafe after cafe, shop after shop. And now even public services are saying, you got to deal with us online or not at all. So this is a concern going forward. And then the last concern I'd have going forward, closely related, is the issue of digital education. It's crucial. Legislation absolutely needed, regulation for sure, but it's got to be matched with a massive investment in awareness raising out there in the public about the risks and the use and the potential of the tech and how to approach it with care.
Thank you very much, Michael. So I give the last words to you, to Costa Rica, to remember. What would be the conversation in the next, I mean, this is going on right now in Costa Rica, a convention like this. What will be the best outcome? What do you hope for?
Well, we live in interesting times. You know, I'm a bit worried in terms of the direction of some of the, you know, business profit versus right. But if we don't want to make a mess of tech, as we've seen bent on doing with the climate, every hand must be on deck to do things very differently. You know, with trust and rights in mind. I believe very strongly that we need activist companies, which may sound like an oxymoron, but we need activist governments to join hands with citizens and civil society to make tech really work for good and to do no evil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much to the podium. Thank you for your perspectives. That was really great. Thank you.
Yes, very much.
And we're having another coffee break, so grab a coffee, take 20 minutes, have good conversations, and then we come back for the third panel dealing with inequalities, with the global challenge of climate change, and trust in institutions and democracy. So I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. So, welcome back. I would invite you to take your seats. We're starting into our third and last panel discussion, but before that, I would like to show you a video from yesterday's youth convention of young human rights defenders, which was a great event, and here's a short video about it. Oh my God, it went away totally. Can we still play it or not? Give me a sign from... Well, let's start into the panel discussion. Perhaps the video comes up. And we do have one of the young human rights defenders with us, so we'll just ask her to tell us what happened yesterday. Our third panel is about shaping the future. We will talk about human rights as an instrument, as a solution for the big global challenges, which above all is inequality, concerning women, concerning indigenous people, concerning victims of climate change. And our guiding question will be, how can we build trust in human rights as a solution? And we have a wonderful panel, very diverse. I welcome Joan Carling. She came to us from the Philippines. Welcome, Joan, to Vienna. Thank you so much for being with us. Could you take this seat here? Joan is the co-founder and executive director of the Indigenous Peoples' Rights International, and she comes from the Philippines and has been fighting for indigenous rights, human rights, women's rights, but also sustainability issues and against climate change for at least 20 years, I would say, from what I read. So thanks so much for being with us. Next, I welcome on stage Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. You all know her from Belarus. Thanks for coming. Please. She ran in the elections in Belarus in 2020 after her husband was denied running and arrested, and became, after she had to leave the country, one of the figures for peaceful fight for democracy. Really, it's a big honor to have you on stage. Welcome. Next, I would like to welcome our Minister of Justice, Alma Sadic. Welcome on the podium. Before being a minister, she was member of parliament. Before that, she worked with private law firms, with big law firm. And she came to Austria with her family fleeing from the war in Bosnia, so has this perspective too. Our second minister on the podium is dealing with what we're talking about, inequalities. He's the Minister of Economy and Labor, Martin Kocher. Welcome. And he's also an economist dealing with behavioral economy. So perhaps you can give us some scientist perspective too. Next on stage, I welcome Mary Lauder, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders. Welcome, Mary. I think, of course, you all know her too. She's worked with human rights defenders for over 20 years. In 2001, so over 20 years ago, she founded Frontline Defenders to focus specifically on human rights defenders at risk. Next, I would like to welcome Natamai Kwekweza. She's one of the youth human rights defenders here. She comes from Zimbabwe. Welcome, and thanks so much for being with us. She's executive director of We Lead Trust. She founded that organization at the age of 18 years and already got arrested 2 times for leading protests and mobilizing against the constitution change in Zimbabwe. Those charges were dropped last year, so you can be with us now, and we're very happy to hear what you have to say. And last not least, our representative of CEDAW, the Committee of the Rights of Women, Nala Haider is with us. Welcome on the podium. She's the vice chairperson of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and she has served in different roles in the UN, and is also working a lot on the issue of climate change. Namata, I would like to ask you first, we haven't had the video, but we have you. Perhaps before we go into yesterday, personal questions. Young human rights defenders are the future will build on. everything we talk about here. So what motivated you personally and the people you work with to go into defending human rights?
Absolutely. So thank you so much for the question. And I'm very excited to be here and to talk about the experiences of being a young human rights defender. And I think that for me, the basic motivations were just everything that was happening in our country. A lot of the times people think and assume that young people do not understand what is happening. They think that we do not understand when there are socio-economic challenges, when maybe the government comes up with a policy that means that people will be retrenched from their jobs but not have to be paid any benefits. My mom was one of the people who was affected by that in 2015, 2016. When we open our taps and there's no water coming out, when we're driving in roads infested with potholes, when we watch prices going up because of inflation and our parents cannot afford, when you cannot go to school because there is no money. Simple but very basic things that we experience. At some point something had to give and to begin to actually organize around making the necessary transformation and ensuring that those who have the power to actually make decisions and change things are cognizant of our lived experiences. So I'll end it with this. There was a conversation earlier on where someone was saying that people will say that human rights are a Western thing. I don't need a Westerner to come to me and tell me that there's no water coming out of your tap. I don't need a Westerner to come to me and tell me that, you can't be defecating in the bush because basically the toilet facilities are not working. I don't need a foreigner to come and tell me that the healthcare infrastructure is dilapidated. I can see it. I'm going there and there is no medicine. I'm driving on a road full of potholes. I'm drinking dirty water. I'm having to fetch water very far away. And these are some of the harsh lived experiences that then motivated, especially me and a lot of colleagues and young people who are organizing today in Zimbabwe to stand up, rise up, and actually seek for a better Zimbabwe. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that deserves a big round of applause. I would like to take some minutes to go into what you talked about yesterday with the other human rights defenders, young human rights defenders. You're the rapporteur for the group, so could you give us a short insight about what your conversations were about?
Okay, super duper. So I'm very excited because maybe one day I'll be like Mary, a rapporteur. So I'm practicing here. Okay, so basically yesterday we had a very interesting process. Of course, it was hinged on summarizing the experiences and also the challenges of young human rights defenders that they experience specifically because they're young. So it was specifically because of their age. So we had a number of sessions. In the first session, of course, we had Mary and Alma and Volker talk about a lot of things when they were young. It was very exciting learning about the experiences. The second session, we had Anderson and Christian talk about the experiences in 1993 when they attended the Vienna World Conference on Human Rights. So we learned a lot about that. And then the third session was on HRD tactics and successes. And this leads us into what majorly I'm going to talk about, which was the breakaway sessions where we came together and we had to go through some of the things that Mary discovered when she went around the world virtually consulting young people, and we had to actually look at that and to also add and to also critique and to also build on what was there. So majorly in the first breakaway session, we were talking about some of the challenges and we were building from what was available, and these were the outcomes that came from the young people. The first thing was that there is a lot of violence, and violence manifests itself in all its forms, be it sexual, psychological, emotional, economic, physical, political, structural violence, digital violence. And then there was also the issue of ageism. And young people agreed that it's coming not only from states, but also from CSOs, movements, and communities. And then there was also the issue around narrative peddling, particularly political, ageistic, and sexualized narrative peddling that is also then targeted to young female human rights defenders. The weaponization of the judiciary, including the formulation of draconian legislation against HRDs, amendment of the laws and the Constitution, prolonged pretrial detention, and also criminalization. Other issues were to do with lack of access to resources, elitism, and lack of intersectional approaches in the movements, lack of education that is sometimes resulting from the persecution they experience. Some of them are kicked out of school and they cannot go back. And then also digital insecurity and also lack of training, security training, intimidation, and then also secondary violence against loved ones, and also issues around tokenism, as well as lack of legal access to legal counsel. So these were some of the major issues that young people brought about as affecting them. And then we went on to the general recommendations, and I'll just go through quickly. So the youth talked about how they want more youth and child-friendly representation at the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights. They also say that they want access to funding, youth-friendly, child-friendly funding. They also wanted systemic and policy change in terms of grassroots financing, but also financing for social movements, because a lot of them are in informal settings. They also talked about better access to protection mechanisms, to strengthen legal mechanisms that also protect them, as well as representation of youth in the national coalitions and the national human rights coalitions within their countries, youth and children. Youth also talked about having special scholarships for young HRDs at risk in case they're kicked out of school. And also there was conversation around self-care, wellness, to strengthen on issues around mental health, issues to accessing counseling, issues for young people to actually have physical protection, especially after they have been violated, and that's actually causing them a lot of mental health issues, and also issues to do with solidarity, particularly solidarity that is intergenerational, solidarity that is transnational, and solidarity that is interregional. So these were the general recommendations. We summed up all those recommendations and we consolidated them into 10 recommendations, and the 4 are the ones that people really voted on, because we then had to do a vote. Very interesting a vote, and I'll just talk about those dynamics at the end. So the 10 recommendations included improved security for young HRDs online, in particular young women and girls, and then there was access to youth and child-friendly funding. There was building strategic alliances, and there was the push for legal protection of young and child HRDs. So these were the 4 that were very popular. The rest included training and education on human rights and human rights defenders, provide better access to protection mechanisms for HRDs and their families, create a space for young and child human rights defenders in the human rights instruments and mechanisms, combat stigma against youth and child defenders, raise visibility of young and youth and child defenders, and also sharing knowledge and experiences among the young HRDs. So I will conclude it with this. When we did the vote, number 1, which is the improvement of security for young HRDs, online in particular, women and girls, it never moved. It was always there because people were very, very sensitive about that. So I think the issue around violence and also the need for security is a big deal amongst young HRDs. I'll stop here for now. Over to you.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Namatai. I hear you talk and I'm optimistic again. Thank you so much for your energy. I'd like to go around this podium. We have a very diverse group sitting here and a big topic. So let's just hear the perspective of the different people on the podium on this topic of how can we use human rights as an instrument for these big global challenges. I'd like to start with you. In the Philippines, you deal with indigenous rights, and you also deal with sustainability and climate rights. Is human rights an instrument for change in these fields?
Yes, and in fact, it's one of the achievements of the 75 years of the UN, when the UN adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2011, which sets the minimum standard of the recognition of the rights of indigenous peoples, particularly our collective rights. And this includes our right to our lands, territories, and resources, our right to our culture, our right to self-determination, and our right to have our free, prior, and informed consent on matters that affect us. So that is a very important standard that was set by the UN. Now, the problem that we're facing is that there's a huge gap in the implementation. And if we look at the issue of climate change now, we're becoming a double victim. And why do I say that? First, we have the least carbon footprint with our low carbon lifestyle, yet we are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change because we live in fragile areas, in remote areas, and we don't have access to resources. The digital divide is also denying us fast response when flooding, when drought, when landslides happen in our territory. So that's one dimension. The other dimension is the solutions to climate change is also adversely impacting on our rights. We're talking of the green transition, right? Windmill farms, solar farms are being imposed in our territories without our consent. And it is a form of land grab. It is destroying our livelihood. But let me be clear, we support the just transition. We really need to do away with fossil fuels. We fully support that. But we need to ensure that it's done the right way. Because even now with the just transition, aside from those renewable, there is a high demand for transition minerals. And where is that coming from? From indigenous territories, 60%. And if it's going to be business as usual, you can just imagine how displacements, evictions, destruction of livelihoods, rape of women, that's going to happen again in indigenous territories. We will be asked to sacrifice in the name of climate change. So, human rights should be at the center of solutions to climate change, not only in words.
Thank you so much. That is such an important topic. Is that also true for women's rights? I mean, if you hear there's a lack of implementation, you could also think of women's rights as some kind of a backlash in several countries, including Western countries.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really very happy to speak, especially after Joanne. We worked closely together on Indigenous women and girls, right, in the CEDAW committee. Indeed, it is something extremely important when we speak about global crises like climate change, to also know that it doesn't hit everybody the same way. Nobody is immune to it, but it has disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable and those that do not have access to the resources and those who are already suffering from pre-existing inequalities. And obviously, in this case, we are talking about women and girls all over the world, and we are talking, including on indigenous women and girls. So I think what we know today should lead us to more and more engage on the issue of the centrality of the approach to climate change. We cannot continue to work in silos the way we're working. We have convention after convention, but they don't speak to each other. We need to create the transversal approach, and that human rights is the transversal approach that brings together the United Nations framework on climate change that is now 33 years old, a little bit older than Vienna Declaration, that brings together the Paris Agreement that is like 8 years old. But we cannot continue to think that we are going to deal with the SDG on their own and with the Paris Agreement on its own, etc. So I think for us in the CEDAW committee, because women and girls are 80% of the displaced persons by climate change. We're talking about a phenomena that's provoking migration, massive migration, in addition to the one provoked by conflicts, and Europe knows a lot about that, unfortunately, in the past decade. We're talking about the fact, as was mentioned by Namad earlier, that fetching water is still done mostly by women and girls, and they have to walk miles for the water, and that in 2 years, if we hear the ICC report, which is the Intergovernmental Committee on that deals with the global warming dimension, we will have more than 70% of the people not having safe water. I mean, we're talking about real serious challenges, global challenges, and we're talking about where do women and girls belong in that sphere. We're talking about also women, how they are rendered gradually more and more invisible. This is happening, we know it, and we still have the possibility with all the means that, that we have, all the treaties, the mechanism that the High Commissioner spoke about yesterday, and is to ensure that we make of this climate crisis an opportunity, like if I would say World War II was an opportunity for the Universal Declaration. Let this crisis bring us together around solutions, and there are potential to work together in a much more balanced way once we acknowledge the pre-existing inequalities and the vulnerability of certain.
That's a very interesting thought, to have climate change catastrophe as a unifying moment for the world. I would like to get that to you, Minister. So inequalities are part of your work as Minister of Economy and Labour. On a global scale, the challenges are enormous. Do you agree that climate change policy, that the shock of climate change could be this momentum that brings this forward?
So first of all, thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be among such a distinguished panel.
And you're only man again.
Yeah.
That's different.
That's good planning. Good planning. Absolutely good planning. I think first of all, there is a chance that we go in this direction, and I think the objective of us all, and especially of the politicians, is to seize the chance, because it's not clear where we're heading to. Of course, if you look at the discussion about climate change, if you look at the conventions, if you look at the measures taken in different parts of the world, there is differences, there is hesitation, and we are losing time. On the one hand, I think I completely agree with what you said. It is a moment where taking everything together could be decisive moment for the next 30 or 40 years. Also, advancing other areas, not only the fight against climate change. But on the other hand, it is of course a danger of overloading something that is already probably the largest challenge that the world faced for a very long time, because it's the first really global challenge where every country is affected, everybody is affected, and the solution can only be global. It doesn't make any sense if one continent goes forward, everybody has to contribute.
But do you have the impression that what John said, and that human rights are at the center? Because they should be at the center, of course, of the climate change policy making?
I think the people who are responsible for destroying the system, the big business, the emissions, the developed states, they should be paying those states who are affected and who haven't caused any of the problem.
So that's something that's not happening right now, right?
Absolutely. So there is, of course, also different ways of seeing the contribution of those who have CO2 emissions. On the one hand, I think exchange and trade and economic development can contribute, make it easier that we reach the targets. On the other hand, of course, you're right. The burden is different. To be honest, I think it will be impossible, in my opinion, to have a unified approach across the globe. The more important it is that we bring together countries and continents and those areas, those regions that want to go forward and want to actually promote not only the fight against climate change, but promote human rights as one of the keys to actually achieve this goal. And I think we're doing that to a certain extent in Europe, not perfectly, but to a certain extent in Europe. But of course,
not in my country.
I can see Nala wants to add to that before we come to the...
I just wanted to say it is extremely complex, the issue of loss and damage, the issue of compensation, because we know the debate, we've followed that in the different COPs, and it's not necessarily about pointing at who's guilty and what to do, but it's really about realizing that the urgency of the adaptation measures and the urgency of solidarity, I go back to some of the words. In fact, a lot of the words are found in the summary that you made about the young defenders, how we can integrate the human rights approach to a global threat and be able to come together with various level of responsibility, but show the commitment. And it's one step on the way. It doesn't have to happen all of it at the same time, but there is a building of trust that we need to reestablish, because most of the affected population lost trust in the system in general, and they think it is only a system that works for some and not for the many. And we need to reverse this by building some coalition, better understanding, and staging things petit à petit, slowly, because we are already in a chaotic situation, so we don't need to add chaos to the current one.
Joan has an ad hoc to this.
Yes, I think this is also, the climate crisis also provides us the opportunity to learn from the past and correct it with the human rights at the center that will enable equity, sustainability, and solidarity. And I say equity because it will address the gap. What's happening now is that rich countries can cope more than poor countries. And thereby, they need to help the poor countries to be able to cope and adapt to climate change in an equitable manner. Sustainability is what I said. We cannot continue to exhaust our resources, even for just transition. That's not sustainable. We cannot continue to build millions and millions of e-cars when that will lead to destruction of the environment. Instead, we need to rethink how the economy is running so that sustainability is at the heart of the change that we need to make. And more importantly, the solidarity. And that solidarity should also be founded in putting rights holders, marginalized groups, women, youth, indigenous peoples, persons with disability at the center of decision making. We're out of the decision making and policies, action plans, strategies on how to address climate change, on how to advance sustainable development. We are always in the margins unless we are put at the center, front and center of decision making. Then we will not reach our goal. But if we become part of it, that is the hope for the change that we want to make.
That also goes into the issue of trust in institution, trust in decision-making. I would like to come to you, Svetlana, because you have become like the public figure for fighting for democracy with peaceful means. In Belarus, you had enormous demonstration and very hard repression. And that was in 2020. So what has shifted now in these issues since Russia attacked Ukraine, and how has your fight and your work changed there? Because that's an important issue for trust at the global level in democracy.
You know, I would like to say, first of all, that dictatorship and tyranny is becoming a global challenge as well. And we have to understand that human rights, democracy, and security are interconnected. So let's take Belarus as an example. So in 2020, elections in Belarus were fraudulent, and Belarusian people went to the streets to defend their rights to choose a person they want, to bring our country to democracy. People were severely beaten, tortured. Our fight is continuing, but what the regime done? They saw that there is impunity from democratic society. No strong steps have been made towards dictator. A dictator cannot be brought to accountability for his crimes against people. Then he feels impunity. He hijacked airplane to detain 2 journalists. He orchestrated migration crisis on the borders. And then he brought our country into the war against Ukraine. So he became accomplice to Putin. Belarusian people were against this, and he intensified repressions inside the country. So not only those who are opposing the regime, but also those who are supporting Ukraine are becoming enemies of this regime. And now in Belarus, more than 1,500 political prisoners. Hundreds of thousands had to flee Belarus because of repressions. And I see that there is lack of understanding how the first human rights abuse was transformed into a threat to global security. Now the war in Ukraine, you know, it's bombing, everything going on. So that's why human rights has to be the center of democracy as well. So but I remember how in 2020 the first people who alarmed about the situation in Belarus were human rights defenders. Actually, you are fast, but maybe human rights defenders don't have enough instrument to deal with dictators. And maybe I would like to say a huge thank you to Professor Wolfgang Benedek, who in fact in 2020 very fast described tortures in Belarus, humiliation of people, and launched Moscow mechanisms that give us opportunity to speak to politicians who could make some decisions or make steps in Belarusian situation.
Let me pick up on the situation of, and thank you, let me pick up on the situation of human rights defenders. Mary, that's your topic. You've been working on this for over 20 years. Is it true that dictatorship is becoming a global threat, and what's the situation of those working against it?
Yes, it is. I mean, particularly we have seen over the last period since 9/11, you have human rights defenders being imprisoned for very long sentences. There's one guy in China who's been in prison for 33 years. There are a number of countries that have very long sentences. I did a report on it for anyone held over 10 years, and it's all under the banner of security or terrorism or something related to that. So Svetlana's quite right about this. It's a tactic that governments use to put away human rights defenders, to stop them doing their work. And we know from the repression that human rights defenders face day in, day out, every day, that it is because they are making a difference, because they are doing good things, because they are challenging bad things, that they are being repressed. And repression is it really is a measure of their effectiveness. You know, when you strip it all down, it's a measure of their effectiveness, because states don't care about people who aren't challenging power or challenging injustice or challenging poverty. But human rights defenders who are working on these root causes of the SDGs, poverty, discrimination, LGBTI rights, all the things that economic, social and cultural rights, particularly because they're at the heart of lack of access to so many of the other civil and political rights. And then when you come to, just to make one further comment, you know, it's in the context of land, environment and indigenous people that most human rights defenders are killed. Over 400 human rights defenders are killed every year just for peacefully protecting the rights of their communities, or in the context of land, environment, or climate. And it's shocking. You know, they're the people in this area that we need to help lead the world more into the next era, and yet they're being just exterminated.
I'd like to come to you, Minister. Staying with the issue of trust in human rights and in democratic institutions, that's something that's eroding worldwide. We heard that, but it's also in European countries. You see a lack of trust by the public in politics, in institutions. I mean, we have our Austrian challenges. Let's not talk about those that we have right now. But on the rather general level, there's a lot of people who want authoritarian regimes because they don't see what happens there. How can you work against that?
I mean, that's a very, very interesting question, because that's something that worries me every day, honestly. Because if you look at what's happening on a global scale, you really have the urge that we, as global players, desperately need to do something, because there is this huge backlash, in particular if you do polls among young people. For example, there were recently polls from Germany where an overwhelming majority of young people would does not trust in democracies anymore and would rather have one strong man lead the country. And I think that's a dangerous development, and we do have to ask ourselves the question, why is this the case? And one of the aspects that I would like to bring into discussion is, of course, corruption. Because I think that corruption erodes the very aspect of democracy. Corruption erodes what democracy stands for. Because democracy stands for that every man, every woman has a vote. And with this vote, he or she can change the system. He or she can vote for a party and change laws. And these laws, on the other hand, apply equally to everyone. And this is what democracy promises us. And if you have corruption, then you have a privileged few, a mighty few, those with power, who then actually have better rights than others, and whose voice is more valuable than the voice of others. And this is exactly where the distrust in democracies come in, because corruption erodes distrust in democracies. And corruption is not only damaging to the trust of the society into democracies, it's also closely linked to climate problems and climate justice. Because behind every pollution, and in particular behind every climate destructions and the destructions that we see all over the world, and in particular in the global south, there is always corruption behind. You always have someone paying the envelope to the governments, to the leaders, and then of course they can try to find resources or exploit sources that are then necessary for e-cars, as you mentioned before. So I think this is why I think that, in particular, the justice system and the judiciary is so relevant when it comes to protecting inequality, protecting human rights. At the very end, the judiciary is a gatekeeper for human rights, and we need to strengthen that, because if we want equality, if we want democracy to work, we need to have strong judicial systems that can help not only prevent but also punish corruption, and by doing that, also regain trust in democracies.
So you believe in the law
as a lawyer,
as a Minister of Justice. Let's do a round on what has to...
Rights issue. I mean, what people don't get is the link between, I think anyway, corruption and human rights, because every corrupt act, is taking money away from a health service or education or something like that. I'll give you an example. I did a report on corruption, and one of the most amazing things I came across, it was before the war in Ukraine, but there was an NGO there that discovered a serious corruption, and they managed to expose it, and they managed to get the price of a concert jug down from $96 to $2. Now, if you think about it in terms of what that takes away from the people, you can see how corruption is such a human rights issue.
I wanted to say, building on the minister's point about the judiciary, what we're talking about here to build the trust is the access to justice, is dealing with impunity. But then it also means proper judiciary training. It means that the laws are revised with the eyes of the people they are meant for. They are not written for those to protect their own, territorial power. Because I'm a lawyer and a sociologist, and I know how much sociology of law can play a role. That's why I see that there is also a mistrust if we only say the rule of law. It has to be the rule of law where everybody is equal, exactly as you said. And I think the issue of corruption that you touched upon is really a gangrene. It's really a very serious, deep-rooted problem in many societies, probably more in the South, but not only. And it is maintained by powers and corporate also from the North. So there is a collective responsibility, and we have to be much more calling for accountability on these issues. And the last point I wanted to mention also on the issue of the inequalities, the grabbing of land, and all the difficulty, the lack of access to the resources that belongs to the people when they have no more say. So that's why I really still think that a human rights approach to all of these areas that brings us together and that breaks the silos between the various instruments that we have, because we have them, but they don't talk to each other. So I really a call from this podium, and in particular to take much more the voice of youth, because we have a responsibility. When we say climate change, we are leaving the word for the next generation in such a devastated state. So we must have them in very early and make them responsible and leader. Women and girls can be fantastic leaders for this change. I'm just selling you my pitch. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
So
Namata and then Joan.
Okay, fantastic. So I just wanted to quickly comment on three things. So the first thing is to comment on the multilateral system. And then the second thing is to comment on corruption. And then the final thing is to comment on constitutionalism, which is strongly linked to issues around the rule of law and access to justice. So on the issue of multilateralism, I think we must understand that the current problems we have as a world are problems that are bigger than any one country. And unfortunately, we have been gradually, as states, losing belief and faith and trust in the multilateral system. And fundamentally, everyone is guilty of why we have regressed, from what she was talking about, the abuse of power by, states in the north, the genuine lack of care when others are in crisis. If you come to Southern Africa, the issue of how vaccine distributions was conducted, was held. It is a very, very emotional issue, and it's actually influencing foreign policy. If you look at South Africa right now, you ask them what's their position on Ukraine, the South Africans, as progressive as they are still willing to engage Russia, because they say that the problem between the West and Russia is not our problem. Why are now African states behaving that way? It's because they've lost faith in the multilateral system. They do not believe in the gatekeepers of the multilateral system because of how they tend to conduct themselves in certain ways that really upset people, in certain ways that show that they don't care when others are in crisis and others are dying and others have problems. So because of that particular issue, it becomes very difficult for us to have consensus in terms of solving global problems. And yet we are at a time where we need each other now more than ever. The climate crisis cannot be solved when we don't have each other, when we're not talking to each other. The issues around wars, it's not only in Ukraine and Sudan, it's becoming a thing where there's, after a few minutes, there's another war in another part of the world. And we are not talking to each other. We're not willing to work with each other. We're suspecting each other. And the thing that scares me the most, and I would want that to be a part of this conversation, is nations are actually rearming themselves. They are. And that's a scary thing. In a world where there is nuclear, it's a scary thing, and there isn't much conversation gravitating in that direction. It sort of reminds me of the 1930s, right before the World War. They had a pandemic of sorts. It was a global one, and then after that, people were getting armed, and then before you know it, something happened in Austria, and boom, people go to war because they were already so angry and they had the arms to fight. So we need to start talking to each other and reconstruct faith in the multilateral system. Just quickly on the other 2 points. Relating to corruption, it is true that, if you come to places like Zimbabwe, I've talked to some colleagues in Kenya, they say that young people actually don't want to fight the corruption. They want to be in on it. So we've reached a point where there's so much moral decadence, and the young people are not willing to change the system, but to be included. And that is because people are losing faith in democracy. They're losing faith in what you were saying, that you have a system that works, that provides healthcare. People just don't care anymore. As long as I have enough for my family, then they don't care, and that's a big issue. Then the final thing is on constitutionalism. I think in Africa, what works best as a human rights-based approach is the issue around a constitutional democracy. Democracy in itself is not a foreign concept. Human rights are not a foreign concept. We have our constitutions. But what is now happening, and I like when people say that there's a trend around the world where dictators are increasing by the day. they are really, really fixated on the laws and particularly on constitutions. They're changing constitutions, changing term limits, changing aspects of the constitution that weaken the judiciary, that weaken parliament and put more power on the executive. And we must be very conscious of that. So I think I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very much.
Not just any rule.
Joan and then Alma.
Yeah, I want also to respond on the issue of access to justice because it's at the heart of indigenous people's struggles because of the lack of legal recognition of our rights at the national level. When we go to the forest to collect herbal medicines, we are criminalized. We are put to jail. Thousands of indigenous peoples are in jail simply because of exercising our rights to our lands, territories, and resources, but are ending in jail. Companies are accusing us of trespassing, of violating their property rights when it is our resources. That's one side of it. And the irony is that we're the ones protecting the environment. 60% of the biodiversity of the world are in indigenous territories. We're the ones protecting, and yet we are being criminalized for doing that. And that is a whole issue of access to justice. The other one that I want to mention in relation also to this is the earlier discussion on the indivisibility, because I think it's important to stress that part of that indivisibility is that we need to embrace and celebrate social and cultural diversity in the world.
Which is at the heart of the Vienna Declaration, actually.
Exactly.
That was what Vienna was about 30 years ago.
That will end a lot of conflicts, and that will, so it's not just about tolerance, it's not just about tolerance on different race, different cultures, it's actually embracing it, because that's part of humanity. We are diverse. We are not just one homogeneous society. And once we begin to accept that we are diverse and yet we have a common aspiration for dignity for each of us, then that's the heart of what human rights we are talking about.
Thank you so much. Alma, you wanted to comment?
I just have two short comments following the conversation. One is, we need diversity in justice because only a diverse judiciary is able to understand the rights of also the other people. We need, and there are studies actually, and this is funny, there are studies that more women, that women are less corrupt, and this is not because they are inherently more to be trusted. It's because very often women do not belong to those networks, to those male-dominated networks. And when they come in decision-making position, they come out of a weaker position. This is does not mean that it's true for everyone, but it's just a general observation based on certain studies. That's why I think diversity in judiciary is so important if you really want to have a proper access to justice. If you really want the rights of marginalized people to be heard in the justice system, we need a diverse judiciary. Not only women, but also marginalized groups, minorities, and so on. So having said that, and the second point that I would like to raise is what you said, Svetlana, and this is about human rights abuses, because what you mentioned is that if one human rights abuse goes unpunished, then this will enable or empower dictators to commit a second one, and a third one, and a fourth one, because there is no punishment. And this is where we as a world, and in general, we as a society, need to be aware and need to really, in particular, before it starts and before it escalates, as it did in Ukraine, to say no and to make sure that it does not happen. And this is where we need to be sensitive about human rights abuses. Even one human rights abuse can exaggerate and can become ultimately a war.
Absolutely. Let's go into a final round of solutions, starting with you, Svetlana. So you're dealing with a dictatorship, with a lot of repressions. So How could human rights be a solution for your fight for democracy? What would you need from the international community or from civil society to be more successful?
You know, I'm not an experienced politician, but what I have noticed since starting of this path is that human rights is always not put on the first place while I'm communicating about Belarus with politicians or with diplomats. It's somewhere on the third, fourth place. But if politicians, people, put human rights on the first place, we could avoid many, many problems we have now. Because it's like not so important. We have business, we have technologies, we have different other problems, but human rights is not so important. Again, I'm referring to Professor Benedict. When we were having communicating 1 hour ago, he told that he was on the first conference here in Vienna, on this conference. And 30 years in a row, human rights are being discussed. And it seems that like this path is endless. You know, human rights will be always abused, and we accept it now, and politicians accept it now, that human rights will be always a problem. But I'm so grateful to all the human rights defenders who work for the aim that human rights profession will disappear, you know, in the future, just that all the human rights are respected. So let's work for this.
And that's a goal for the next 30 years. Minister, I'd like to hand it over to you, because that would mean that human rights must be at the center of business decision and of economic policies. Austria is one of the examples of countries who does have economic ties with dictatorship. There are always companies working there and governments saying so, well, but there's also the economy we have to watch, there's trade we have to watch. So do you think there's a chance of this, of, for example, your government putting human rights at the center of decisions like that?
Well, first of all, I think it is, of course, a very high priority of the government. And I'm not sure whether the picture you paint in terms of this opposition between trade and human rights is always correct. It may be the case that trade can actually impair human rights. But also there's the other way around. And I'm firmly believing that this is possible, that trade can actually promote human rights. If people are more wealthier, if people have higher living standards, it actually creates an environment where human rights are easier to actually enforce. You need the system, you need trust, but we see there's science results, and I strongly believe in them, that integration, that exchange helps. Does it always help? No. We see, I mean, the Russian aggression in Ukraine is an example where those two countries were strongly integrated, still it led to this disastrous outcome. But there are lots of examples where integration, where trade, where exchange between countries that were probably not on the same level of democratic rights and human rights actually promoted human rights in the country that had lower standards. And I strongly believe that we have to create a system of rules that supports that. But it's not only about the system of rules. We're talking a lot about the system of rules. It's also the person-to-person exchange. Not only trust in a system, trust in institutions, but trust in each other, actually.
I sense that you wanted to contradict here, Mary. Did I sense that right? You were shaking your head.
No, I moderated my view a bit as you went on.
Okay, good.
But on the other hand, I mean, I keep coming back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is just such an amazing document. And when Eleanor Roosevelt said, "Where, after all, do human rights begin? In small places, so small and so close that they cannot be seen on any map of the world, unless human rights have meaning there, for every man, woman and child where every man, woman and child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity, without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they will have little meaning elsewhere." And I think we have to keep bringing ourselves back to that. And we have to think, you know, universality, indivisibility, interdependence. And we have to put the right, you know, it's human. It's the human at the center of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And inequalities aren't accidents. You know, they generally come about because of ideologies, or they don't come from, well, they come from a lot of things, but there are a lot of inequalities which could be solved if states had the will. And we heard earlier on about the legalistic approach to human rights, and I think states like that. I also think states, I mean, I know Austria is very good on a lot of human rights, but I know countries where Austria is very bad. But I won't say them. But what I'm saying is that
we have open words.
There is no country that has a consistent approach to the implementation of universal, indivisible, interdependent rights, because they are all driven by their political and strategic interests. And that is the way it is. But I think states have thick necks, and I would like them to be able, instead of trying to, minimize the human rights aspect in order to do the good trade or the bad trade, that they would at least make more of an attempt to insist that human rights are central to a society's development.
Thank you, Mary. Nala, I wanted to, please, a round of applause, Mary Lawler. Namatai said that trust in multilateralism is failing right now. You in the first round said that you want the silos that we have for climate change, for women's rights, for human rights to be connected. Does that go together? I mean, you've spent your life in the UN. Do you believe in multilateralism?
I think I'm a daughter of the multilateral system. I spent 3 decades, believing and working for the UN.
Okay, you must believe in it then.
But I acknowledge the crisis in the multilateral system. There is a crisis of confidence. It's a huge one. And we have a responsibility to remedy it. But we will never be able to reestablish the trust unless we address the double standards. Double standards are all over the place. And this is part of the problem. And we are not acknowledging it. Nobody in these 3 panels spoke about double standards. So we need definitely to respect the diversity, to work with the, acknowledging everybody's input, participatory approaches, inclusiveness, intersectionality. We have the name for all of it, but we don't practice it in the same way. I will not put the burden only on on member states and governments, because they will always have, as you rightly said, Mary, to weigh what's for them, what's in it for them, etc. But the collective effort comes also. Civil society has a very important role to play. The people themselves who bring politicians to power have a very big role and responsibility to play. So we will be able to address some of the trust issue in the multilateral system if the multilateral system starts delivering against some of the promises, which it has not in the past 2 decades. It has staggered a little bit, and it needs a push. Maybe something after this 30-year assessment where we acknowledge the weaknesses, but we don't see a replacement. The problem is that if we turn our back completely on the multilateral system, where we're going to go? So we need to cure it very quickly. And so it's a collective effort again. Thank you.
Joan?
Yeah, I just want to add that in the multilateral system, we also need to add the voice of the marginalized and the rights holders to be heard and to be at the center of decision making. We also need to regulate the business in terms of their human rights, the respect for human rights. And like I said, we need to ensure the respect for social and cultural diversity. And finally, I also agree that it's the citizens' movement. We need to reclaim, we need to put ourselves as the ones exercising our rights, because that's the way we can push accountability and impunity. We need to push those to account for their obligation to respect human rights as we also exercise our right, assert our freedom of expression, assert that our right to education, our right to food, these are everyday part of our life. These are human rights, but we're not speaking it in the human rights language. We need to improve our narrative, the narrative of our daily life as human rights, living it and pushing the boundaries where accountability needs to be there.
Thank you very much, Joan. Thank you. Are governments ready to be pushed? There was a push 30 years ago. You could feel it in the international communities. Would that be possible now?
I think we should never, it's always possible, and that's why I always at gatherings like this, I try to encourage in particular young people to always raise their voice, no matter how unlikely it may seem that your voice is being heard, it will eventually, because I'm absolutely convinced that young people, human rights defenders, need to raise their voice and need to keep their voice raised, because maybe there are governments that won't listen to you, but your voice will be there. There will be other governments that will listen to you. So no matter how shaky and risky the road is and how risky it is, as I mentioned yesterday in the morning, support each other and never lower your voice, because it's important for all of us, for multilateralism, for the governments, and for our world, actually.
Thank you, Alma. So I'll give the last word to you, Namatai. Please applause if you want to, of course. I gather you will be sitting at human rights conferences 30 years from now. I'm sure about that, actually.
The rapporteur.
Rapporteur of the right defenders.
You will be the rapporteur then, or the High Commissioner. I can see you there. So, okay. What should happen now so that things are better then?
Okay, so what should happen now is, I think, a very strong insistence on discipline. I think that the world has become very indisciplined. I think also Western countries have become very disciplined in their rhetoric around human rights. I think I like what you said about double standards. I speak from a global South perspective, and particularly coming from an African country, where you know that China is very aggressive in terms of securing business deals and so forth. And I think the sense, especially among civil society and also youth actors from where we come from, is that the West feels the pressure, and they feel that if we still go with all those conditions to say you have to be democratic, you have to uphold human rights, we also won't be getting any of the economic cake. So let's lower down on the pressure for democracy and for human rights. Let's not be too vocal about it, so that governments are also willing to engage. And there's this whole engagement mantra, this whole engagement movement. But this engagement must be based on principle. It must be based on discipline, and it must be based on a human rights-based approach. And that must be non-compromising. You cannot compromise on human rights in favor of actually getting a quick buck out of it. Because at the end of the day, especially in an African sense, governments do capitalize on these weaknesses of the international and multilateral system. During COVID alone, in a lot of African countries, they introduced draconian legislation, from the anti-homosexuality bill, now an act, to the patriotic bill in my country. So what I'm doing now, I could be criminalized for talking to you here, because they say you have no mandate and authority to be speaking on behalf of the country and amongst those white people in Europe. This is the thing. But if you do that, if you limit civil society access to the outside world and the human rights violations, the government cannot be held to account in terms of its treatment of citizens domestically. Other draconian legislation like the PVO bill, they want to close NGOs in Zimbabwe. This is happening. Or during COVID, the cybersecurity and data protection bill to criminalize internet freedoms. Issues to do with people being arrested and detained pre-trial. We have Job Sikala. It's been 357 days he's been detained. We have Jacob Ngaruvume, and now they're actually convicting. In the past, they'd convict like what happened to me. At some point, they would let you go, and then after like 2 years, that's what happened to me. But now what's happening to people is they actually convict you and they throw you in jail. And that's like a new level of repression. But it has happened because people relaxed and they say, oh, let's engage, let's lower down on the human rights issue because we're not also getting anything economically. Let's be like China. But I don't think that China is exemplary when it comes to anything related to human rights. So we have to choose. Do we want economic benefits at the expense of human rights, or are we going to only embark on those kinds of arrangements that uphold human rights while we also get economic benefits? Because at the end of the day, when those governments are left to run rampant, it is the human rights defenders who will suffer. They will languish in prisons. The young people will be beaten up, abducted, tortured. There will be no mechanisms to protect them. And it's a betrayal to our values and the values that made the multilateral system strong.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the podium. So thank you very much for this panel. Thanks a lot. That was fascinating. And I would ask you to take your seats because now the video is ready. Yes. So, oh, thank you. That is so kind of you. So let's have a look at the video from yesterday's youth convention, and after that we will hear the closing words from the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Austria and from Volker Türk, the High Commissioner. But first, the video of the youth.
That human rights are not simply abstract concepts or legal doctrines. They're not simply relics from the past. They are the very essence, what it means to live a life in freedom.
Creo que hemos vivido en una sociedad pues, que no escucha a los niños, que no les da la atención suficiente y que, pues bueno, incluso nuestros propios derechos han sido escritos por adultos.
We cannot do enough when it comes to human rights defenders, and especially young human rights defenders and children human rights defenders. Our duty is to shine light on violations of human rights wherever they occur, to make sure that the facts are straight, to analyze the root causes of human suffering, but also to ensure that human rights brings out its transformative nature.
All of these declarations would not mean much if you wouldn't ensure that these rights are actually protected.
So we've reached the end of the symposium with the closing statements. And first I would like to ask on stage the Secretary General of the Austrian Ministry of European and International Affairs, Peter Lansky-Tiefenthal, please.
Distinguished High Commissioner, dear Volker, honorable members of the Austrian government, distinguished panelists and honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the conclusion of our symposium on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration of June 1993, allow me to express our heartfelt thanks to all of you for your active participation and your invaluable contributions throughout this important gathering. Your presence and your dedication have made today's panel discussions an outstanding success. You have given us much food for thought And even more importantly, you've given us much impetus for action. Our sincere appreciation goes to you, High Commissioner Volker Türk, personally, and to your office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for your important leadership and guidance. Just this morning in your keynote address, you provided us with very substantial thoughts on human rights and the Vienna Declaration, their importance for mankind, and the role of the Vienna Declaration 30 years ago. You have called human rights a compass to guide our human progress, a tool to face distrust, and humanity's greatest binding force. We thank you for these very clear and principled statements. Today's symposium, along with the Human Rights Arts exhibition at the Leopold Museum and the Human Rights Fair here at the Museumsquartier, serves as testimony to our unyielding dedication to promoting and safeguarding human rights on a national as well as on a global level. And I will leave a first resume of our symposium to you, High Commissioner, and just say a few words on where do we go from here. First, I'm delighted to be able to announce that the Austrian Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs will further strengthen its cooperation with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. An elaborate film production is documenting the symposium as part of a comprehensive human rights campaign in 2023. And the film will serve as a powerful and accessible medium to carry your message to a worldwide audience. Secondly, we've announced today a biannual Digital Human Rights Award amounting to 20,000 euros, which will recognize exceptional contributions to the development as well as to the dissemination of digital human rights by visual artists. Looking ahead, Austria is organizing a series of follow-up events throughout the second half of this year in cooperation with many NGOs and other partners whose common goal is to raise awareness and to stimulate interaction about human rights among a wider public. Collectively, we anticipate that all of these projects will bolster trust in human rights, the rule of law and democracy, as well as respective institutions, both domestically and internationally. Furthermore, Austria remains resolutely committed to an active role in the promotion of human rights in multilateral fora. As we prepare to preside over the Human Rights Committee of the upcoming UN General Assembly in New York, we stand ready to take additional steps. Acknowledging the pressing concerns arising from the intersection of technology and human rights, which we have thoroughly examined, and you have thoroughly examined today, Austria is ready to champion a resolution at the Human Rights Council. Our aim is to establish a special rapporteur for technology and human rights, enabling us to address the challenges and opportunities posed by technological advancements. Through these efforts, we aspire to shape a future in which human rights are upheld in every facet of our digital world. In concluding, we extend our profound gratitude to each and every one of you for your unwavering support, for your unyielding dedication, and for your resolute commitment to human rights. We are confident that through our collective efforts, we shall build a future that respects fundamental rights and dignity of every individual. Let us follow the High Commissioner's lead and call earlier this morning and rekindle the spirit of the Vienna Declaration by continuing our pursuit of a more just and of a more equitable world where human rights are upheld for generations to come. A big thank you also on behalf of our Foreign Minister to all of you, to all participants. And I was asked to remind you, please don't forget that there will be another artistic intervention a little later this evening, just downstairs at the Museum's Quartier at 9:45, dedicated to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Many, many thanks, and to all of you who have a journey back home, have a wonderful and safe journey back home. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, Peter Lanzig-Tiefenthal. And the last words, of course, are for the High Commissioner. Volker Türk, please.
Well, first of all, a big word of thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has been organizing this for the last couple of weeks. I know there's a whole team that has been working behind the scenes, and I'm really very deeply grateful to probably lots of day and night hours that you have spent, especially in preparation for it. And it's great that we could have again a symposium in Vienna after 30 years to deal with all the things that we have to deal with in order to face the challenges of our time. So a big thanks for organizing it, for the hospitality of it, for everything that you have done. Really, it's heartfelt thanks, and applause to you and the team. I see some of the team members at the back, so big thanks. I mean, unfortunately, I had to deal with a RightsCon conference in Costa Rica on digital and human rights, so I had to escape. But I had my colleagues, of course, follow very closely what is happening. And I mean, certainly what we have seen in the panel earlier today, extremely inspiring. And I know that the other panels were also very inspiring. And we see how much human rights is a solution when it comes to the type of issues that we face today, the growing inequalities, the fact that, frankly, the international financial architecture is absolutely not human rights friendly, the fact that we see a shrinking space, that conflicts and wars continue in egregious forms, but also, of course, climate change and the so-called triple planetary crisis. We know that grievances about worsening economic and standards of living issues and growing inequalities, if they are dismissed or left unaddressed, they will have the potential to fuel social unrest and social conflict, and even worse. I mean, that's unfortunately the type of things that we see. So prevention and human rights go hand in hand. You can't do prevention without a very strong commitment to human rights. And for me, that's a very important message that we sometimes forget. We know about, I've just heard it again also from the RightsCon group, how much hate speech is happening online, also offline, of course, but with social media platforms, it has an amplification effect that is enormous. We have been talking about some of the geopolitical tensions and divisions, including the real fear that human rights could become a collateral damage within that, and we need to absolutely stand up against it, and which is why, again, the anniversary and the celebration of the anniversary, the awareness of the achievements of the human rights movement are so important, but also what it is that they tell us for the future. So it's been really very critical to reflect together on what has been happening over the last 30 years and how can what has been happening and the lessons learned can help us guide the future. As you know, we have this big anniversary year. We really want to use it to regenerate that spirit, to rekindle that spirit, but also to make sure that we go back to, and we hope very much that member states, organizations, even individuals and NGOs and others will think about transformative pledges about the future of human rights in the next 25 years. What is it that we need to do now, almost looking strategically to the future, in order to effect changes to avoid a dystopian future, but so that we are able to actually build the future that we want. And human rights is a solution to all of this. What are some of the main takeaways from this symposium? I'd like to quickly go through them one by one. First, go back to basics, the fundamentals of why human rights movement has influenced each and every one of our lives, and why we enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy, especially in this part of the world, and what we have to do to ensure that others also enjoy these freedoms. There is the legal part of human rights, but it's not everything. It's important, absolutely. It's important to claim rights, but it's not going to be the solution to each and every issue that we face, which is why we need to rejuvenate the spirit. We need to influence political movements. We need to influence politicians. We need to make sure that politicians first and foremost read the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because there's often some ignorance when it comes to the genesis of it and the history of it, and actually some of the articles, which means that we have to treat all rights equally, regardless of where they occur. And we need to have the difficult conversations. By the way, that's part of my job. I have a lot of very difficult conversations. And if you ever want, I probably should write a book after I finish this job, because I can tell you how to have conversations that are extremely tough. So how do we make this happen? We need to make sure, in order when we want to advance and make progress, that the institutions and the policies must systematically consider the interdependence of people, but also our interaction among ourselves and between people and the institutions of the state, and of course the planet, because that's where the enlargement has come in. They weren't really considering, not in the same way as we do today, that there's also the relationship with nature, with the phenomena around us, and how this affects the fulfillment of our human rights. We need to embrace cultural and social diversity. I think it was mentioned in the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action, with common aspiration for dignity. But that diversity is what human life is all about, and there is not going to be any future for us if we don't embrace that richness and the diversity of humanity. We must consistently strive to get back to this essence of universality and indivisibility. And as Hina Chilani said earlier today, universality is what you practice. It's definitely also the experience that I have had, and many of you have had, who work on human rights on a daily basis. Human rights are a problem-solving tool. They are a solution. They are a framework for governance. Sometimes we have the impression it's split from governance. Well, it's actually at the heart of it. And we need to bring it back to that, which means to set up structures and not just put it into only one institution, the National Human Rights Institution. No, that's one extremely important element, but it's not going to solve human rights if the finance ministries are not going to give us and allocate the resources that we need to fight for gender equality or for the many human rights causes that we need. In fact, I said it once, the future of human rights is going to be decided by finance ministries, and I think it's important to bear that in mind. So we need to be aware of the transversal nature of human rights, and it really needs to infuse everything that we do. And certainly within the UN, it's of course peace and security, it's development, and it's the humanitarian affairs as well. If we put people at the center, and that's the strong language that comes from the human rights movement, it puts the individual at the center, the community at the center, in all their diversity, from an age, gender perspective, we can better diagnose the problem, and it also helps us craft the right response. And as we have heard, climate change can actually help us, unify us in this challenge. We still, when it comes to digital, I think the genie is out of the bottle, especially with generative AI. But we can, if we are fast enough and if there is a sense of urgency, I think we can still find ways and means to get the right guardrails in place for the development, use, and regulation of AI. And again, human rights comes in as a solution. We also need to make sure that human rights, and I think it came out of these discussions, are more tangible. And what do they mean? I think Iman was mentioning it. What do they mean in practice for the individual, and not use the jargon that we all in the human rights world often so happy to use. We need to bring it down to what it means for people concretely. Going to school is a human right. Having running water, flush the toilet, expressing your opinion, having a house, having shelter is a human right. So that people can champion the cause, they can cherish it, not just for themselves, but also in how they connect with others. And even more so in the digital world. And we need to bring forward these good examples. We need to tell the stories of human rights every day. We heard it yesterday when Mary, Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, organized this fantastic meeting with young and children human rights defenders. If we listen to young people, if we listen to children, if they care about human rights, they have ideas, they need support, they need to be able to express themselves, and they need to be able to participate meaningfully, not just in decisions that affect themselves, but also in the type of decisions we take, because our decisions will have an impact on their lives and future generations, which is, again, the other big element of how intergenerational justice comes in the context of the human rights movement. And we need to integrate these views. We need to make sure that they are not just heard about in nice meetings, but that they are actually taken seriously. And I hope that states and institutions will bear that dimension very much in mind when they develop pledges at the end of the year in our big event on the 11th and the 12th of December. We also need, and I think that's often the type of argument that we need to make for those who, political leaders and others who, in a way, play with the idea of more authoritarian, repressive type of governance. That's not going to be the future. The future is innovation, is creativity, is everything that makes us be thinking differently about the challenges that we face. And human rights gives us the freedoms to do that. And if you repress these freedoms, you will calcify and you will ossify and you will fossilize. And I think that's a very important message that the human rights movement brings time and again to the big problems that we face. So we need, and I think we heard it also today, we need a very effective human rights ecosystem. I mean, I know my colleagues always talk about the mechanisms, but I find it more interesting to talk about an ecosystem, because it is an ecosystem, and it is an ecosystem that sometimes is very complex to understand. I know sometimes with people in the media, it's difficult to say, what's the Human Rights Council, what's the Human Rights Treaty body, what's the Special Rapporteur? But all of this brings us together. What are the regional elements? What is the Fundamental Rights Agency? But all of this helps us advance the cause. And I think we also need to have this much more from different parts of governance and governments, from the national human rights institutions, and also from the private sector. I mean, let's not forget, the private sector increasingly has a lot of power, especially when it comes to tech. And again, human rights has provided a governance framework through the guiding principles on business and human rights. And of course, the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action gave us an institutional home, created the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and it concretized in many ways the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a result. We need, and we need to protect the space for multilateralism, which means open and effective dialogue. It means coming together to protect shared humanity. And I think I was told, one panelist said earlier, that nations are rearming themselves, so we need to start talking to each other and building trust. So when you see a rearming, what does it mean for the human rights movement? Building trust, restoring hope, human rights are a unifying force. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is a common language of our shared humanity, and it gives us the hope that we need and the optimism and the determination to keep on the struggle and fight for a better world. So thank you again very much for all that you have done and for all of you to come together.
Thank you very much. So this concludes the official part, so this formal part of the symposium. But don't leave anyway, you can't, because it's raining really hard. Which also means that we can't have our receptions on the terrace, which is a shame. But the view is really nice from inside too, so we'll have it right here. That means that I would ask you to leave the room, but just there. You can grab a drink there, and these wonderful people that are carrying around tables around in the rain that you see there, they will prepare the room for the reception, and then in a quarter of an hour we can come back in again and have our receptions here. On this note, thank you so much to the panelists. It was a pleasure and a big honor to have you on stage and to hear you. And thank you so much to the organizers to get all these wonderful people into this room. It's been really impressive, and I hope you have great talks. Thanks to everyone. Have a nice reception. Stay here. Thank you.